Please rise, Honorable Judge Watkins.
Thank you all. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the court will call the case. Madam Reporter, are you ready? Thank you. CR 2023-877, State of Idaho versus Jeremy Best. And Mr. Best is joined by counsel Archibald, and the state is represented by prosecutors Neal and two Ms. Smiths. And I note that the defendant is here present as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you, counsel, the outline for the proceedings on this sentencing hearing. The court expects to invite any clarifications or corrections to the PSI record. We'll do that in just a moment. And then the court will invite introductory remarks from the state, after which they will begin their evidence presentation, at which time there will be, I suspect, witnesses being called and cross-examination. That should endure through today, and then tomorrow the defense will be prepared to make introductory remarks to their presentation and the calling of witnesses. Following that, if the state chooses, they may call rebuttal witnesses and evidence. After that, then the court would invite the victim impact statements, and then we would turn to argument from counsel, and then the invitation if the defendant chooses to make a statement, after which the court would pronounce sentence. So just a few matters that I would like to share with you. The court recognizes that this sentencing hearing will undoubtedly trigger high emotions. I respect each person's ability to manage and regulate your emotions. If anyone needs to leave the hearing, please do so without interruption to the proceedings and avoid frequent entries and exits. The court and the marshals will not tolerate any outbursts of any kind, and the marshals are invited to instruct anyone to exit or help assist in removing anyone who is disruptive to these proceedings. The court anticipates taking a morning break or two, at which time we'll try to effectively enter and exit the courtroom. And let me now turn, Mr. Best, the court reviewed the pre-sentence materials. Did you have that opportunity as well?
I did, Your Honor.
And with counsel, was there anything about the PSI that needed any sort of clarification or correction?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I prefer to have my clients write me notes during hearings rather than whisper in my ear. He's handcuffed right now to his waist. We could get a handcuff off so that he can write notes to me.
Marshal, comfortable with that? All right, then you may do so.
Addressing objections to the pre-sentence report, may I remain seated?
Yes, please.
So, the pre-sentence report is page 3, the first paragraph. There's a claim from the prosecutor that Jeremy Best drove back roads submit, Your Honor, that there's actually no proof of the route that was driven, and so that's speculation. And so I'd ask for a red line of to avoid detection.
Any objection?
Your Honor, there will be a witness to that effect in the state's case. I think Your Honor will be able to conclude after that witness has testified what you can and cannot conclude regarding the route that the defendant drove to meet the two crime scenes.
So what the court, Mr. Archibald, intends on doing is highlighting in the PSI that the defense disputes that the defendant avoided detection by taking the back roads. Is that adequate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The next concern with the pre-sentence report is page 5. The 7th paragraph, these are victim impact statements to the court. One of the victims refers to either the court proceedings or the defense as playing a sick game and violating motions to manipulate. Those comments are not proper under a victim impact statement. A victim impact statement's purpose is to describe how the crime impacted her or him. So commenting on court proceedings or the defense as a sick game or motions to manipulate is not appropriate, should be redlined.
Any comment from the state?
I don't have an objection to striking a characterization of defense motions by a victim.
Okay, thank you. The court will do so.
On page 9, the bottom of the page, also a victim impact statement. Again, being respectful to the victims, but yet victim impact statements are to describe how this crime impacted him or her. And bottom of page 9, a victim that starts a paragraph with, I believe Jeremy is a narcissist, and then a couple paragraphs later ends with, that's what narcissists do. So that is objectionable and should be redlined from the pre-sentence report.
Okay, thank you. Any comment from the state?
Your Honor, I think that Your Honor can give that statement the weight that it is due in the context of a victim impact statement.
All right. The court intends on making an indication in the PSI that the court strikes conclusions as described by the defense counsel. Mr. Archibald, is that sufficient?
Yes, thank you. The next objection, page 13, the second paragraph from the bottom. All of Kali's family called the unborn child a boy named Freya. The unborn child was actually a girl named Freya. So I guess from the Kali's family's perspective, they may not have known that the autopsy reveals that the unborn child was a female, not a male, and that Kali's preference for the unborn child's name was Freya, not Frey.
All right.
That's correct. They were misinformed by someone in a large way, and so they didn't have access to that. They've been, we don't dispute the accuracy of that.
Very well. I think the court there would just make a highlight in that section that confirms the gender of the fetus.
And the final objection to the pre-sentence report is that this court has already determined that Pat, or Patricia Best, is a victim of this crime since she was Kali's mother-in-law and she's the grandma of the two children. So she And also, she qualifies as a victim under Idaho Department of Corrections rules, as stated on page 4. So, Patricia's best statement to the court was not included as a victim impact statement as it should have been. Her statement is contained on pages 86 and 87 of the pre-sentence report, and it should be included with the other victim statements. It should be on page 14. So what I'm asking the court on page 14 is to insert a red line directing the parole board or anyone else who reads the report to please refer to page 86 and 87 to have that statement that open.
Thank you. Any comment from the state? Sure.
After giving a read to the document submitted by Patricia Best, the state's concern is that this statement in large part goes through facts relating to the defendant. It is well beyond what is allowable in a victim impact statement. It's not really talking about the impact of the crime in large part. So the state would object to it being included as a victim impact statement. We can go through paragraph or line by line if you want, although it is fairly lengthy. So in general, we object to the assertion of facts beyond the appropriate for a victim impact statement.
Mr. Archibald, any additional argument?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So the court did, in fact, make the previous determination that this individual falls under the statutory qualifications as a victim. What Mr. Archibald is asking for is simply a statement referring the Department of Corrections or those that would have access to the PSI to pages 86 and 87. The court will include that statement in the PSI. The objection is noted. Anything else, Mr. Archibald?
And Your Honor, finally, I received 2 statements from Jeremy and Kali's friends after the deadline for the pre-sentence report. One of them was received this morning, and another one received a couple of days ago that I forwarded
We have received one, but not the letter that was apparently received this morning.
Okay. So, Mr. Archibald, do you have an extra copy?
I don't. I have just the original, maybe during one of our breaks. I could review it and have the prosecutor make a copy of it.
Very good. Let's do that, distribute it. It is common of this court's practice is to permit statements, but before those become a part of the record, let's let the state review them and would likely include that on the materials from the defense. Very good. Mr. Archibald, anything further?
No.
Okay. Mr. Best, subject to these clarifications and additions, may the court rely upon the contents of this pre-sentence?
May.
For sentencing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I turn to the state. Is the state prepared to present its opening statement?
We have one preliminary matter, Your Honor, and that's, now that the PSI has been clarified, we ask for admission of all information and exhibits that are presented in court for consideration prior to sentencing, so that we would not be required to make those admissions during the testimony.
Okay, thank you. And in chambers, the court shared with counsel that I had reviewed all of the materials, which includes the pre-sentence investigation report and exhibits that were provided by the state. Mr. Archibald, may that foundation be stipulated to for consideration?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is so admitted. All right. Ms. Bailey. Smith.
Your Honor, at this point in this case, you have a significant amount of information before you, particularly that included in the pre-sentence investigation report as well as the exhibits submitted by the parties. We don't intend to rehash all of that here. However, that material doesn't tell the complete story. Additional background and explanation is needed for Your Honor to truly understand the depraved nature of these crimes and how dangerous the defendant remains going forwards. The state will provide you with that background and explanation today. Throughout the course of the day, you will hear from case agent Neil Stevens. He's going to put the defendant's crimes in context for you. He will explain the climate and the events that led up to the crime. I'll give a little timeline of what was going on. You will see that the defendant was under significant stress from a variety of sources. He was under financial stress. You'll see that he and Kali were making ends meet, but just barely. That there was no cushion for unexpected expenses, including children. As you know, the defendant had chronic pain stemming from use and abuse of his body in younger years, and that this was exacerbated by his work as an auto mechanic. Detective Stevens will also give you a bit of a window into the relationship between Jeremy Best and Kali Best. You will see that it was not as happy as it appeared to many outsiders, that the relationship in actuality was rocky and quite volatile. You'll see that Jeremy was frequently demanding, demeaning, and sometimes downright verbally abusive of Kali. You'll see that they had significant fights, sometimes resulting in Kali needing to sleep away from the family home. And you'll see that divorce came up a lot leading up to the murders. You'll see that the defendant demanded a divorce multiple times leading up to the murders. Lastly, and certainly not least, you'll see that Zeke's birth and Kali's pregnancy with Freya added gasoline to the fire of that already stressed relationship. You'll see that both pregnancies were in very close succession, just months apart. And and that those babies triggered and exacerbated the already existing strains in that relationship. As you know, the defendant did not cope well with his stress, and he turned to drug use, marijuana, mushrooms, use of cough syrup, and as you know, that didn't improve anything, it compounded the issues. Today, we're going to highlight for you some testimony from which you'll be able to really see one of the scariest things about this defendant, and that is that he is highly unpredictable. That he is capable of extreme homicidal violence with little to no warning. You'll hear from 2 trained medical staff from the Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center in Irmac who evaluated the defendant less than 12 hours before his murder spree began. You'll hear from them that they were specifically looking for signs that the defendant was any risk to others or to himself, and that they didn't see any evidence of that would justify holding him. And you'll also see that Kali didn't see it coming either, that she, who spent the most time with him, didn't see it coming. Your Honor, at this point, you know the general nature of the defendant's acts. You know he shot Kali 4 times in the back, killing her and unborn Freya. You also know that he slashed Zeke's throat with a steak knife, and that before his killing spree was over, he slashed the throat of the family dog's sister in the same way. We're not going to rehash the details that you already know, but the blood evidence and the autopsies reveal additional aggravating factors that we're going to explain to you. You're going to hear and see about certain important evidence from Detective Michael Cox, who was present at both the Victor and the Kept Crossing crime scenes. And then you're going to hear from blood pattern expert Kenneth Martin, who will explain to you what we know based on that evidence. He will explain that Kali's murder and Victor was not a quick event, that there was an extended struggle, that the defendant gunned her down as she pleaded with him not to and was trying to escape. You'll also see that Zeke's murder took place 50 miles away from a remote canyon in Kepps Crossing in Bonneville County, and that killing was particularly violent, forceful, and depraved. And Your Honor, through multiple witnesses, you will see in your evidence that the defendant knew what he was doing. He knew that he was taking lives. Kali, Freya, Zeke, and the dog sister. He knew all of those things. You'll see that he was taking purposeful, logical, goal-oriented actions. He knew he was taking lives and he knew it was wrong. One of the things you'll see in that regard is you'll hear a presentation from Detective Foster, as I mentioned previously, who will describe what we know about the route that the defendant drove, the evasive nature of that route, demonstrating that the defendant was fleeing and attempting to avoid law enforcement while doing so. Your Honor, I believe that's enough of a roadmap for where we're going in the sentencing, but just so you also have a roadmap for what we're asking. After the presentation of that evidence and after the impact statements, in this case, the state will ask that you impose a sentence, and we will ask that you impose a sentence that denies the defendant any chance for parole.
All right, thank you. As I indicated, Mr. Archibald will have his opportunity tomorrow to present an opening statement. The state will call its first witness.
The state will call Detective Neil Stevens, John. I may have him on 2 seconds left on.
Feel free to start him.
You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
the TV's on. We tested it not an hour ago. It's not on. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you, for the record, introduce yourself to the court, spell your name and tell how you're employed?
Neil Stevens, Neil Stedeens. I'm with the Idaho State Police. I've been with them for about 19 years. I've been currently with the investigation side of Idaho State Police for the last almost 5 years.
And during your time as a detective with the Idaho State Police, did you become involved with the investigation into the deaths of Kali Best, Freya Best, and Zeke Best?
Yes.
Okay. What was your role, and tell us what you did in that role?
My role was a case agent or a case leader. My role was basically, I was the one who was in charge to collect and gather most of the evidence, organize the evidence, direct people in the direction it needed to go, where the evidence needed to be, and then work with the prosecutors, work with the different agencies, work with whoever was involved with the case.
And so in this particular case, what steps did you take to head that investigation?
Originally, we got the call on November 30th. Well, we actually got the call on December 1st for a November 30th call. The first steps we did, we needed to find Zeke. We didn't know where Zeke was. So our priority for that particular day was to find Zeke Best. And at the same time, we were processing the Victor scene, which was located at 4600 Skyline Loop in Victor, Idaho, which is part of Teton County, Idaho. After that, when we located Zeke in a neighboring county, Barnwell County, Capps Creek area, our next order of business, we processed that scene, that crime scene where Zeke was found, and also Journey Best was found. After that, we spent considerable time trying to find different witnesses, different evidence that we could get a hold of, just trying to find whatever information that was out there that we could find about the case. Once we gathered a lot of the evidence, then we brought in some forensics experts to help us go through the evidence and analyze the evidence. And after that, we continued for about a year and a half, just evidence that was pouring in here and there. We just continued to follow up on every bit of evidence that came before us, and just try whatever lead that took us, we try and pull that route as far as we could.
Any idea, just so the court knows the scope of the investigation, any idea of how many documents, interviews, digital evidence, items of evidence, people you interviewed? Any idea of the quality of the work that you and the entire team did?
It was thousands. I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was a lot of people, thousands.
How many agencies were involved?
We had 2 federal agencies. We had the FBI, and we had the Forest Service. And on the local side, we had state police. They're in districts. I'm currently in District 6. We had people from District 6 and also people, more officers from District 5, which is the Pocatello area. We had Teton County Sheriff's Department. We had Barnwell County Sheriff's Department. And then there's just, I'm not sure, there's a lot of people on scene that day. There was additional people from different additional agencies.
Basically, all the regional law enforcement banded together and helped on this investigation.
Yes.
Now, and your responsibility as case agent was to compile that evidence, that information they gave you, and to do some follow-up and analysis, correct?
Correct.
And for context, what were you analyzing for?
Well, we're trying to answer all the questions, the who, what, why, when, and how. But our main focus was the why. We're trying to figure out why did this happen. I was primarily looking at, I was trying to find out how is Kali Best and Jeremy Best's relationship? Is there stress there? Is there a big relationship? I was trying to find out is there financial stress that would create this opportunity. I was trying to also find out the state of mind of both Kali Best and Jeremy Best.
And why were you doing those things?
We were trying to find out why this crime had occurred. And in doing so, we needed to get into the lives of the Best family.
And did you make any findings on those issues?
We did.
What were those findings?
We did find some marital stress. We found some financial stress. And we did find things on the mental state, or the state of mind of both Kali and Jeremy Best.
Now, given the thousands of documents you've looked at and you've given the court a lot of those, did you take the time to put them into sort of a timeline and a context to help you explain the details of your findings?
I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time I request permission. State's Exhibit 33, which has been previously disclosed, and it's my understanding you're all admitted, is the timeline that Detective Stevenson prepared. It'll speed up his testimony using it this morning, if that's okay.
You may.
Thank you. 32. Did you take and put all your exhibits on the thumb drive for me?
I did.
Okay. And so I have that thumb drive up here. All these exhibits have been admitted, but I will display it from your thumb drive, and then we can submit it to the court as one complete package, if the court wants it. The court is well aware and has a copy of this, but just so the record's clear, can you put on the record what we're looking at in terms of page 1 of State's Exhibit 32?
Page 1, this is a collection. I had the opportunity to go through the majority of the cell phones, and this is a collection of the evidence that I found out of the cell phones. It starts out on the left-hand side. It starts out with a picture of Kali and their dog they call Sister. And on the right-hand side, it goes up until the murders of Kali, Zeke, and Freya.
And so did you put this timeline together to kind of put some of the text from the various cell phones into context and then just conclusions?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you also then, you put together a compilation of this specific text that supported the individual items identified?
Yes.
Okay. And so if to be expedient as we work through the timeline, if you just tell me when to go to the exhibit, I'll flip over it and that way the court can see which exhibit supports which conclusion. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And can you walk us out? You included a date in September. What is that date and why did you include it?
In September 22nd of the year 2022. This is when Jeremy Best and Kali Best were married. I don't have an exact date, so I've been an approximate. They had been together probably 12 years. The next one is a slide on, if we go to the month of December, this is the first sign of divorce.
Can we back up and let me just ask you, I don't know that we put on the record, when were they married?
They were married September 22nd, 2022.
Okay. And at that time, do you have a belief on whether or not Kali was pregnant?
Yes, I do. She was pregnant.
Okay. And presumably was Zeke?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any opinion, or was there evidence that you saw in your review whether that pregnancy was planned?
I do not believe it was planned.
Why?
A little later in on the timeline there, I show a video where Jeremy states we're not supposed to have children. And I'm also going to show a timeline on and there's also evidence, not on the timeline, but there's evidence that on some of the reports that it was the second baby, Freya, was also was a surprise.
Now, you fast forwarded a minute ago, so let me ask you about the entry in December of 22. What is that, and can you explain to us why it's labeled divorce number 1?
Throughout the timeline, I'm going to identify there's 5 different moments in time in a period of approximately, they've been married for probably 14 years by the time, or 14 months by the time that the homicide occurred. And in a period of about 11 or 12 months, there was 5 different times that divorce came up. And the first one I identified actually occurred December, so just a few months after they were married on December 20, 2022. You can pull up the exhibit for me.
Yes. It's in the folder you created, divorce 1.
Correct.
And that's for the record, states exhibit 30A.
Yes, and if I just clarify, state exhibit 29, the information will come from Jeremy's phone. State exhibit 30 will come from Kali's phone, and it will be the Pro Max phone that she had. And then state exhibit 31 will be Kali's phone, and it's the XS Pro iPhone. They were all iPhones.
And so when we look at an exhibit number, we see, for example, it states exhibit 30A. The 30 tells us what phone it came from.
Correct. And that would be Kali.
And then A tells us which one of the texts we're referring to.
Correct.
Okay, so let's turn to 30A as part of the divorce 1.
Now, I just copied, I took a clip, but I just copied the entire text. Some of the text, I'll read it all, but some of the text I will skip. Some of the stuff is not necessary.
Your Honor, is it okay if we don't read the entire text, changes the relevant portions? You know, if the item's admitted, so it speaks for itself, but thank you.
And could you make that a little bit bigger, please?
Sure. Good.
I believe so.
Okay, want to do more?
But there we go. Thank you.
So which is the relevant text that we refer to?
Okay, so this particular text stream, the one in blue will be Kali, and Jeremy Best has stated it shows where it's at. But as you can see on December 20th, 2022, he has the first word, or the first item of business, I want to divorce. And Kali says, I'm scared. And that would be it for that.
The text communication continues on between the two, but those are the...
Correct.
And that was the basis of some of the discussions or concerns about divorce.
Yes.
And that is in December of 22?
Correct. We can go back to the timeline, please. Next on the timeline, in the month of January, this is when Zeke Best is born. He was born on January 24th, 2023. He was born early, so he also needed to have extended care in the NICU unit at the hospital.
And you had mentioned earlier that you found evidence of financial concerns or marital trouble. Was there anything surrounding those issues at the gathering at the time Zeke was born?
Yeah, during some tests or during some interviews and talking to people, the bill was over $100,000 for the NICU, and it created a financial strain for the family.
Eventually those bills were paid though, right?
That is correct.
But at the time, there was concern and when you say for the family, who are we talking about?
For Jeremy, that and for California.
Moving on to your next section in February.
In February, now we come to the second time that I identified Jeremy and Kali talking about divorce. This is on February 27th, 2023. We can go to the folder that has divorce number 2, please.
Which exhibit number is this?
I think it's exhibit 31A.
A.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all I know, it's tiny print.
All right, this is also Kali, and she's texting a person by the name of Mary Powell. If we can go down just slightly, please. Okay, we're going to start right here at the very bottom. It says, Jeremy's writing today. I hope you can bring a smile to his face. This is Kali. Little 2, there we go. Mary's asking, everything all right? Or is he just grumpy? Kali, his new life plan is to annul our marriage and leave in the van with sister. When I see the word annul, that tells me either divorce or they want to pretend the actual marriage ceremony it never occurred. So this is the second opportunity that Kali is referring to Jeremy wanting a divorce.
And she's reaching out to others.
Yes. If we go back to the timeline, please. Now, the next one is going to be in March, and there's quite a few different text strings on this particular issue. And the text strings go between March 14th, 2023, and March 15th, 2023. And I labeled this one divorce number 3. We could go to divorce number 3 folder, please. There's going to be 4 different text strings. If we can open up the very first one, is that 29?
29, and that would be Jeremy's phone?
Jeremy's phone, correct.
29A.
29. Now, this particular conversation is a text conversation between Patricia Best, or Pat Best on here, which is Jeremy's mom. She starts out by, "Can you talk privately? You're probably right, and she's probably wrong. It sounds like she has a spending problem. If you make a rash decision now, when you're so angry about things, you will be making a big mistake. You have both been cooped up for months with little or no outside contact. That is not good, and you are not sleeping. This is the time for you to calm yourself down and think rationally, not with a hot head. You also should talk to a lawyer to see what your options are. Zeke will be coming from a broken home. He will not have a loving mom and dad. Think about the consequences of that. Don't do something you will regret. Neither of you are thinking straight. She has a spending problem. You should not have access, or she should not have access to your books or your credit card." Scroll, please. As far as the problem, it doesn't pertain to this. The next one, she says, "We need to go over the bills. What did the trip to the rock concert cost? What did the trip to Florida cost? What did the trip to Patagonia cost? I'm tired of being involved with your spending. Yes, you. Kali, too. You both have been a spendthrift, in my opinion. Go ahead and make Zeke come from a broken home, if that's what you want. Kali has problems with money, but I believe you do too." Who goes on a trip like that with a baby on the way? No one I know. I think you should go and you should look into getting a home equity loan. I don't believe you say that you can't get one. Try again. So this one had a lot of relevance to me because it actually touched on at least two of the things that I was looking for: the relationship. We're talking about being divorced, and then also the financial stress that goes with it. Obviously, Patricia Best is talking about being in the financial life. So it sounds like this perhaps is not the first time. If we can scroll down just a little bit.
Keep going.
No, that'll be okay. If we can move on to the next text, please.
Uh, 29B, also from Jeremy's phone.
Correct. Now this is a text between Jeremy and Paul. And it starts out, it says, so it starts out with Paul. He says, "That sounds good. I will come by tomorrow for beers, baskets, and babies to discuss some details. Is that okay with you?" "No, ma'am. I got things going on, or I got shit going on, and now I apologize." And then Jeremy says, "I'm not," or he says, "Hopefully everything is okay," and Jeremy says, "No, or it's not. I'm getting a divorce." So now Jeremy's reaching out. He's telling people about the divorce too.
During that same March
Same
period.
This is all during the same time period. We can go to the next one.
This is on 30B, Callie's.
So this
next
is
one.
this be Callie's one. This is a conversation between Callie Best and Patricia Best. Thank you.
Better?
Yes. Patricia Best, need to come back to Wisconsin. I'm sorry for all three of you. Callie. Jeremy told me if I left the state with Zeke, he would call the cops. Patricia, go home. He told me we can. I told the ass that Zeke needs to be home. He agreed. Work it out or leave. Why don't you call the cops and find out if that's true? If that's true, I doubt it was true. Callie, it's been so hard since Zeke came. Can you scroll, please? The highest highs and the lowest lows. There's hormones and major change in the way that you and Jay have been living. I feel sorry for all, but mostly Zeke. Scroll, please. You both have major cabin fever. I'm sorry, but the baby needs to be in its own home. Callie, I know he needs to be home. I'll try and talk to Jeremy. Scroll, please. I talked to him. I'm going to bring Zeke home. And then Pat says goodbye. And then this one in particular says, at the very last sentence, it says, I told him I could loan you the money, but I needed to all be paid back in time. If we could move on to the next text. So again, they're talking about getting a loan for finances during a particular time. Now this is the last text,
30C.
30C, which will also be Callie's phone. And this is with the individual by the name of Paul Reese. Okay, if you could scroll up, please.
And it says Paul, and the blue is, if it's Callie from?
Yes, so blue is Callie, and you can see it's Paul. Okay, right here it says, it sounds like trouble at home. You need to talk, Paul. You need. And Callie says, I was on my way to your house today and I ran into Colin. And then Callie says, ended up at Colin's for a while, back home now. And this is Callie explaining what what the whole argument is over. It says, I lied to Jeremy about not being able to pay the credit cards in full. We've been fighting and stressed since a couple weeks before Zeke came. I lied because I thought it was easier than starting another fight. I thought I could pay off the cards quickly. So this tells me, again, there was an argument that started because Kali did not handle the finances in the way that Jeremy wanted her to. There was apparently an argument prior to Zeke being born, and then it's also telling me now that Zeke is born, and that's just some additional stress. And they're talking about divorce again. So this is divorce number 3.
And it was precipitated out of a concern for the way finances were being handled.
Correct.
And did you have a sense from this text stream, who was it that was calling for the divorce?
Jeremy.
And do you know whether there was any discussion that he actually took steps on that issue?
There was. They actually made an appointment with an attorney in Idaho Falls.
And then obviously he didn't go through it that time.
He didn't go through the divorce at that time. I don't know if he went to the phone or not. I don't have that context.
And then in that text stream, was there additional conversation about those communications with Jeremy and Kali?
Yes, and Kali says, yes, he has an appointment scheduled in Idaho Falls tomorrow. In his typical Jeremy fashion, he's talking about selling everything, never seeing Zeke again, and leaving with just a backpack. This runs deeper than just me and the finances. I asked him to go to therapy with me. He said no. And Paul says that's not surprising. As we go back then to the timeline, so we've covered 3 divorces so far. In the month of April, there's another text string. If we can open that up, this is on April 6, 2023.
And that's the text stream labeled loans?
Label loans. We'll open up that going forward. Is that 30?
At 30D?
30D. If you could open up 30, exhibit 30D.
D.
D is in David. This is a text string between Pat Bess and 30 is Kali's phone, so this the blue will be Kali. Thank you.
You need bigger?
Yes, please, just a minute. Thank you. Okay, this one starts out with, go down just a little bit. No, I'm sorry, let's go back up to the top. We went down too far.
All the way?
Right there, okay. So it starts out with 0, absolutely makes the same thing. At 0, I'm guessing it's supposed to be Z, makes the same face in that last picture. And then Kali, world's fussiest baby today. Must be the full moon. I'm working on a book. I'm working on book work between meltdowns. Can we line up a $9,000 loan? That'll keep us out of paying interest and give us a buffer for ordering big parts for the conversion job he's working on. And Papa, she says yes. And then the loan that they had gone through. So this again tells me that there's financial difficulty. They're asking for a loan in order to avoid paying interest. And I don't know if it's paying interest on the big project or paying interest on the other credit cards or bills. And if we can go back to the timeline. So during that, I didn't find a lot during the summer. When we come into the month of August, there's two things that really came to my attention in August. If we could go down to the bottom one, on August 28th, 2023, this kind of shows Kali's state of mind and the things that are going on. And I labeled this one Kali's text on troubles.
And then this, in that would be exhibit 30G.
30G, so this would be Kali's phone. So the blue again will be Kali, and she's texting him a person by the name of Kali.
Any bigger?
One more, please. Kali. We only missed 1 year. I'll be back 2023 can still happen. And then here's Kali. I have a child now. The concept of time is foreign to me. She laughs. We've had so much drama here lately. I need you to come visit simply because it's too much story to text. And then she gives the key points. The first one is family from Nebraska broke down at her shop, high, drunk, and confused. My midwife is sending threatening letters saying she isn't going to pay her $8,200 engine swap bill. Jay having a breakdown, and me having to drive 110 miles per hour to meet an ambulance. And I'll go into that in a second here. We can go out of that, but it talks about the stress that she was having in a particular thing, and somebody wasn't paying her bill, an $8,200 bill, so it's significant for the majority of people. So that's telling you, we got some more financial strain that's going on. And now apparently we have, we could go back to the timeline on this one. In August, when she's talking about going to the hospital or traveling 110 miles per hour to meet an ambulance, we can go into a thing called 825 best trip to 2 hospitals. And then go into that folder, please.
Hospital.
Hospital, yes.
There's 2 exhibits in there, 30E and 30F.
Okay, so
Both from Kelly's farm.
both from Kelly's farm. Open up to 30E, please. This is Kali Randall. She's in blue, and she's talking to her mom. If we start out with Cal, and Kali in the blue, she says, he made me take him to the hospital. Says he's having a heart attack. Mom, oh boy, good luck. Feels like drama llama to me. Hopefully I'm not being a Rita. Or hopefully I am Rita and it's nothing. Mom, I'm always skeptical when men are dying in pain. Kali, the EKG looks okay. Mom, good. And we can skip down. The Kali says, must be stable because we just took the back roads in town. That's a good sign. On our way home, he walked out of the hospital. Mom, out of frustration? Yeah, it's not a heart attack, but he cussed, and the doctor started treating him poorly because they're Mormons. Oh bother.
I didn't hear the last part, sir. About the doctor started treating him.
Yes, I'll just start over. It says, yeah, it's not a heart attack, but the doctor said the F word, and the doctor started treating him poorly because they're Mormons. Oh bother. It's a real mess. I'm having a hard time not being super pissed about this. If we can go into the next text string, please.
And that would be 30F.
Okay. Exhibit 30, yeah. This one has a texting a friend by the name of Mary Powell. Perfect, thank you. This, if we could scroll down a little bit, please. Okay. Right here, this is Kali. Again, Kali's in blue. It's been a day. Jay thought he was having a heart attack. Took him to Driggs. He freaked out. Made me take him to Rexburg. An ambulance ride from Teton Dam to Madison Hospital. Then he walked out. Mary, oh my gosh, you're kidding. What was wrong? Maybe food poisoning. I don't know. He thought he was dying. Mary, that's so crazy. Kali, it's a real shit show. And that would be it for that particular text. And in reference to this, so I I went and I found the hospital records from Teton Valley Hospital and also from Madison Memorial Hospital in Rexburg. Teton Valley Hospital is in Driggs, Idaho, Teton County. And I identified, so he started out in Teton Valley Hospital. He went in there and the hospital staff was hooking him up with all their equipment and things like that. He started cussing at him. He got extremely mad, irate, irritable, and he tore all that stuff off, stormed out of the hospital without his shirt, shoes, or his personal belongings. She took him to Madison, but on the way, Jeremy requested that she call the ambulance. The ambulance met him right around the Teton Dam area, which is close to State Highway 33. And then they got to the Madison Memorial Hospital, and basically the doctors also had kind of the same statement. They were able to talk to him and get some vitals and things like that, and told him he wasn't having a heart attack. And he cussed it down and he stormed out of that hospital as well.
So he didn't complete medical treatment by your place?
No. We can go back to the timeline, please. All right, now we're in the month of September, so approximately about a year after getting married. This is September 18th, 2023. I marked this one separation, number 4. I still put it in the categories of divorce, but it didn't actually use the word divorce in these text strings. If we go to that separation folder, please.
And that contains states 30H.
Okay, exhibit 30H, and this will be Callie's phone. And this is a text string between Callie Best and Jeremy Best. If we go down towards the bottom, don't scroll yet. We start out with Jeremy Best, and it says, "Do you want me to work in Boise or in Idaho Falls?" Callie, I don't understand what you're asking. Jeremy, I found employment in Idaho Falls in Boise. Jeremy, I'm giving you the chance to decide how close you want me to you and in the child. I'm assuming it's in the child. Jeremy, if you don't make a decision, I'll decide for you based on pay. Callie, I'm at the bed with Flower. I'll be home after her appointment and we can discuss further. I don't feel this is a conversation that should be had via text message. And then Jeremy says, I agree. So this tells me he's looking for employment somewhere else. And it doesn't sound like Jeremy and Callie will be together on that particular text. It sounds like, how close do you want me to be here? So I put this as a separation. And also, it appeared to me that it was kind of a shock to Callie. She didn't see that one coming when she says, I don't understand it.
And at this point, it says you and the child. Do you know whether they knew she was pregnant at this time, or were they talking about Zeke, or you don't know?
She would have been pregnant at this time, but I don't know what child she was talking about. Now we go into the month of October. Now we're going to talk a little bit about Callie's pregnancy. And in the month of in October 14, 2023, if we could go to that folder, please. This is a text between, I'll show you there.
Is it the folder marked insurance?
Yes. So this is exhibit 30I. And Callie's texting her mom. And it starts off with Callie. It says, I think 2 is going to be the perfect amount of babies for us. Mom, I get it. I think I'm going to see the OB in Jackson. I've seen them before for my sis. They have a strong surgical team and it's the closest hospital to us. Mom, I think that closer is better. Plus, you have history there, Kali. They're nice ladies, and have recently added midwives to their staff. My friend Abby is pregnant and 1 year. She talks about that. Right there, it says, I just have to call and make sure that they take my insurance, and probably because it's in a different state. But in looking at the other documents, you realize that they were actually hoping to have a midwife take care of the second pregnancy. And now it sounds like if we can go back up to the timeline, please. If we go into 10/17/2029, Kali has a placenta previa. You go into that.
10/17/23?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the placenta previa?
Yes,
States 30J.
30J, so in Kali's form. This one is Lala Lacey and Kali. Yes, thank you. Lala, or Kali, she starts out, right there, it says, Zeke is lovely physically, I feel great. I got some not so good news back on my ultrasound last week. My placenta is covering my completely cervix, so I have to transfer to an OB and probably have to schedule a C-section. And so now it's telling me that we're moving more into a higher risk. Now we know why she has to go find the OB in Jackson. It's more of a higher risk, and they can no longer use the midwife as they were doing. So this is also telling me that there's going to be added expense because there's going to be a more expensive pregnancy, so it's going to be added stress as well.
And Zeke had been, in the end, a high-risk birth. And
Yes.
this-
Correct.
And for context, who handled the finances and sort of a lot of the business end of of Jeremy Best's Stop and Shop?
From what I gather, it's mostly Kali.
And so if Callie's in a hospital with on a commission, caring for herself and her children, was there a backup person to care for the books and the business?
I would assume Jeremy.
Turning towards November 23.
Okay, so in November of 23, there's two things that occurred in November. The first one, this is a recording that was located on Kali's phone. This is Jeremy Best. You can hear him hear his voice in the background. And I've listened to a lot of jail calls, so I can recognize his voice. It says, we're not supposed to have children. You can go to that folder, and we'll bring up the image. It's a quick 2-second clip, and it's a picture of Zeke, and he's in like one of those little walker things that move around on wheels.
This is on Callie's phone.
If we can turn the volume up, please.
Yeah, I'm trying it. I think that is the volume up on the television.
Because we're not supposed to have children.
Rhonda, could you hear that?
If I lean in, if we can't get it on the monitor, you know,
I'm switching to it, but I want to make sure.
okay. If you want to play it again, I'll listen more carefully.
That's only at 68% currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because we're not supposed to have children.
Okay, so this is relevant to me. I mean, I don't know why the video was taken. I don't know how the video was taken. I know that that's Jeremy's voice, and I know that that's Zeke in that thing. So it's relevant to me because this is the month of November, and we're within weeks of the homicide of Kali Best and Zeke Best. And also, it's relevant to me because Kali is pregnant as well. So he's saying we're not supposed to have children.
And now they have two.
And now they have one and one on the way.
Could you find any evidence on why Kali chose to record that and keep that clip?
I have no evidence. I don't know why she did that. It was just on her phone.
And it was her phone and her recording chair.
I can't tell you if it was her recording, Jeremy.
Your Honor, I would like to take a second because the next clip is a recording that's a little bit longer, and I want to make sure that the audio works.
Very well.
Maybe we have just a minute to do that. It's not really the option for the TVs. Tested earlier this morning, was I think? Sorry, but it's not giving me the option to use the television.
Our new people is here.
Yeah, that's pretty essential. We can try it this way, Judge, through the microphone. Is that okay? Just to keep things moving. I mean, we don't have that much more, but this is kind of on the court to be able to hear this.
Pardon?
Still wrong.
That's okay, we're recording.
Okay, are we okay? Proceed, Judge?
Please do.
Thank you, I apologize. Leslie? So, I'm sorry, you talked about the recording on Kali's phone from, we're not supposed to have children. There's another incident in November.
Yeah, so that recording was November 16th. And I got that information from the properties tab on the videos. It was where that date came from. Now, the next one, this is November 20th, 2023. I labeled this one is divorce number 5, 8200 lies. This one really hit me the most because this is 10 days prior to the homicide. And the homicide occurred in that latter evening of November 3rd. So we're less than 2 weeks. If we could open up that folder, please. This comes from Jeremy's phone. Is it Exhibit 29A?
29.
29C. And so this is Jeremy's phone, and this is Jeremy's voice in the background, and I'll let you watch it.
Leaving my home
Can you hear it,
on
Judge?
the 20th of November,
Yes.
previous to our divorce. Yeah, that's after 8,200 lies. I think lying and cheating. She's stolen money from me in the business. She's lied about it. She's not defending me from the police. She's generally just been a terrible housewife and I love her. So, reporting her, she's leaving, proving that she doesn't get physically exhausted because she's so dishonest. She's like banging her head against the wall and when she got fucking slapped. Of course she did. Nobody believes a word you say here, dear. Much grab stuff in your house. What do you say? It's the last time we're going to talk to each other. You got something good? You got something good? Because it is. I'm never talking to you again.
This video had a big impact on me. This actually shows the nature and the things that Jeremy does was how he talked to her, what he was saying to her. The phrase $8,200 in there comes from the midwife. That was what the bill was for the midwife that wasn't paying her bill. I mean, and then this is 10 days prior, and he's kicking Kali Best out of the home. And you can see it, you can see her, the way that she looks. you can tell at the very end, well, if I'm never going to talk to you again, I'm not going to leave. It doesn't sound like Kali wanted to go on this particular one. But this is divorce number 5 within the last 14 months. And then the last tab on this one, this brings us up to the November 30th, 2023 to December 2nd, 2023, the murders of Kali, Freya, and Zeke.
And then did you break those days down into various findings and items of evidence for the court?
Correct. So I tried to put some little snippets in here just so we can have a better understanding of what's going on. This particular, the second part of this timeline. The second part of this timeline starts out with on 11/29/2023, Dr. Davis a visit with the vest, and then it ends at the end in the Kept Crossing area where Zeke is found. On 11/29/2023, so this would be one day before the homicides. Dr. Davis came in. He was invited by both Kali and Jeremy Vest into their home. Jeremy was having a lot of difficulty with his pain from not only his from work, but just in his prior life as well, as he has extreme back pain. And then also he was not sleeping. There's a lot of evidence, a lot of people talking about him. He's not getting sleep. Dr. Davis is there, and he's asking, they're reaching out for, Dr. Davis is a chiropractor in the valley here, so they're reaching out for help. How can you help Jeremy? How can you help him to sleep? And at this particular time, Dr. Davis gave some sort of lithium supplement.
When you say Dr. Davis, is he a medical doctor?
He's a chiropractor. So
Okay.
no, he's not an MD.
Okay. And so when you say gave him lithium, was it some sort of supplement or homeopathic lithium?
It would be I don't know if it's homeopathic, but it would be an over-the-counter type supplement or product. It was not a prescription.
Okay. And then when you say they reached out, do you know did they reach out initially?
Kali reached out initially, but she did state that Jeremy knows and wanted this to happen.
And did Dr. Davis come meet with the Vests?
He did, at their home.
And so you mentioned the lithium. Was there any other discussion of efforts that Jeremy Vest was taking to treat his own conditions?
Yes, there was other efforts. I don't remember if it was with Dr. Davis, but prior to that, Jeremy had been on prescriptions in order to help him with his back injuries. And so they had talked about that Jeremy is no longer taking the prescriptions, but he's self-medicating with marijuana, and he also told him that he'd taken some mushroom as well.
And then that night, Dr. Davis gives him this over-the-counter lithium.
Correct. And then he gave him other pills. He gave him more for Jeremy to take the next day.
And you have another thing on the timeline, a few hours later, called Swan Valley. What is
Okay.
that? And
So now we're going to move into the next day. This is on November 30th, 2023, in the latter part of the morning. I call this a Swan Valley incident because Jeremy and Kali were at the Victor residence, and Jeremy got in the van, got in a white van, and just took off. Kali didn't know where he'd gone. He ended up in Swan Valley, which is probably 30, 40 miles down the road possibly, and also in a different county. And when he got to Swan Valley, he arrived at the Swan Valley convenience store. He took all his clothes off, walking into the store completely naked. And of course the staff called the police. The police came. And they talked to Jeremy. They're just trying to figure out what's going on. So they felt it's necessary. They have an ambulance come and check them out as well. And then it was determined that, and I believe that, I have to ask the testimony of the officer, but I believe that Jeremy voluntarily went on an ambulance, and so we traveled to Ermac at that particular time.
So just to be clear, did the police make any charges at that time? Did anybody at Swan Valley try to prosecute him?
There were no charges against Jeremy, and I don't believe the convenience store wanted to prosecute him.
And then he was taken there.
And then he was taken to Idaho Falls to what we call Ermac, but it's Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center, which is the hospital there.
And I know we're going to hear from them, so I'm not going to duplicate their testimony, but for context here, what was the purpose of taking him to Ermac?
To evaluate him, trying to find out why he took all his clothes off to see if he's okay.
And was he discharged from there?
He was.
And then you have something else on the 30th on your timeline. What's next?
Yeah, so he was discharged, and Kali actually came down to the hospital and took him. They went home. And then there's an individual by the name of Max Randall. And this is the later, Max had been in contact with the family, with both of them throughout the day. But my contacts would start towards the evening. He made a phone call, and he was the last person that actually spoke to Kali and to Jeremy Best in the evening. So he made a phone call approximately, I believe it was 11:26 p.m. And he said he was on the phone for about 8 minutes with them. Then during that phone call, you could really, Max said that he was trying to help Jeremy. He was trying to cope with that. To give you a little background, they had gone home.
Can you say they?
Kali Best and Jeremy Best, and Kali had said that Jeremy actually went to sleep. He fell asleep, so in the later evenings, apparently Jeremy Best woke up from that sleep, and that's when this conversation started.
And how did that conversation with Max, Jeremy, and Kali end?
It was very abrupt. So Kali had made a comment, and I'm not quoting this exactly, but Kali said something to the nature of, let's move that gun off of the table and put it someplace safe. Jeremy says, and again, it's not complete quoting, Jeremy said that gun's perfectly fine where it's at. And then we'll have to ask Max during his interview, but the way I understood it was pretty abrupt after that the phone went dead. There was no more, no one on Kali and Jeremy's side of things.
And this is sometime after 11, around 11:30-ish.
Around 11:30-ish.
On November 30th. And so in terms of the crime scene, we're going to hear from the detectives, but for context for the court, where did law enforcement search the property for cell phones? Or phones?
They did.
Okay. And did they find any phones?
They found they found 3 phones. They found Jeremy's cell phone. They found Kali's phone, which was the same phone that Max and Kali and Jeremy were talking on. And then they found a landline phone, just one of those ones that they're electrical and pull off of the base and talk on that.
And what were the condition of the phones?
Jeremy's phone was fine. The landline phone was found in the fireplace or in the wood stove. And Kali's phone was broken. It was I would say snapped in 2 if it wasn't in 2 pieces. It was just snapped where it was broken in half.
And that call with Max occurred 11:30-ish.
Correct.
What's the next thing on your timeline?
So the next thing I have is a 911 call. And the 911 call came from the landline phone. So neither one of the cell phones came from the landline phone. And on the phone, you can hear Kali, and you can hear Jeremy in the background, and you can hear a disturbance that is going on. There's no communication with the dispatch, so it just sounds like it's an open, I would say open line, but not open on the phone itself.
And we don't need, we're gonna play that in a little bit, but did anybody actually talk to the police out of that call?
No.
What happened when that call did not connect or law enforcement couldn't reach anybody at the best?
Well, because 911 or the dispatch center didn't know what was going on, they sent an officer out to do a welfare check.
And what was the name of that officer?
Deputy Robert Christensen with the Teton County Sheriff's Department.
And I note on your timeline, there's the time. What is that time reference?
He got here approximately 11:55 p.m.
And also on your time, there's something about a neighbor. What's the relevance of that?
So when Deputy Christensen arrived on scene, he met with a neighbor that was, so where Jeremy's house is, it faces the road right across from the road, or really close to that road, that's where this neighbor was. And the neighbor had told him that he had heard shots fired, and he heard yelling going on. And then he also said, he told the deputy, hey, there was 3 people in the home, the mom, the dad, and then there was a baby, a very young infant or baby.
And we're going to hear from that neighbor, so we don't need to do the details now, but what was the relevance of hearing about the baby?
Well, Deputy Christensen, he had found Kali laying in a pool of blood. He did not find Zeke. So now we need to find out, 1, is Jeremy still there, and 2, more importantly, where's this baby? We need to find this baby.
And so I see next on the line, what steps with law enforcement? All those different agencies you talked about, is that when they mobilized in that time period?
Yeah, so, at this point, that's, now we're in December 1st, because it was over the midnight hour. All the agencies started mobilizing, people were gathering, everybody was trying to come and convene and to find out what we can do to help or whatever we can do. And in doing so, we had the FBI there, and they put us in contact with the people that do the Amber Alert. And so by 3 a.m., we had an Amber Alert going out, looking for Zeke.
The next copy of the Amber Alert is on State's 32.
Correct.
And so what sort of things came out of that Amber Alert?
We got a lot of possible tips of where Jeremy Best may have gone. Like, where does Jeremy Best like to go? What would be a good place to go look? Or have you seen, because also in the MRO we put a vehicle that he had left in on there. Have you seen this vehicle? So we were receiving a ton of tips, and we're trying to hit them all as they came in.
And when you say a ton of tips, that means lots of people in this community were calling in response to the law enforcement's Amber Alert.
Correct. The Teton Valley community, and also the community outside of the area, like Eastern Idaho as well.
And in Wyoming as well.
Correct.
After the Amber Alert, what else is going on in the interim before December 2nd?
So there was a lot of us were trying to figure out what we could do in order to find Zeke. And then there was also a group of police that were processing the scene, the Victor scene, which begins at 4600 Skyline Loop in Victor, Idaho.
There's an image on the left, it appears to be a house in a driveway. What's that for the record?
And so this is a picture I just picked. It shows you can see 2 distinct buildings there. The building on the left with the big garage door, that is Jeremy's mechanical shop where he has his business. The building to the right, the other, there's a van in front of that. That is the residence where Jeremy, Zeke, and Kali lived. If you look right in between the 2 buildings and also attached to the mechanical shop or garage, there's a wood pile right there, and that is connected to a side door to the garage. and the wood pile creates a kind of a wall, a temporary wall going over there, and then there's a little pavilion type thing going across there, and that's where Kali was found.
And the second picture associated with the skyline processing, what's that?
So when you come into the Jeremy Best home from the door that you can see on their residence and go in just a little bit past the laundry, this is a view of their kitchen in the background and just their dining room table, the table that we were talking about with Dr. Best. And also that's a table where the revolver was found.
The murder weapon.
The murder weapon.
On there is another event for December 2nd of 2023. What is that?
So in the early mornings of December 2nd, so this is really early, around 9 a.m., there was a hunter by the name of Jeff Jacobson, and he was out with his dogs in an area that's called Kepps Creek area. The picture to the left is what that area looks like. It's in the backcountry of Bonneville County. And it's kind of set between Idaho Falls and Swan Valley. He was out there, and as he was walking his dogs, he came across Jeremy Best, who was completely naked in a sleeping bag laying on the road. And then he also identified, he didn't identify, but he saw the Tahoe down the ravine. So if you're looking at the video itself, the Tahoe was in its final resting place, but if you're looking at the first picture there, that's taken from the road, and it's looking down. As you can see, it goes down a hill through some brush, and Jeremy ends up down at the bottom of that ravine.
And so Mr. Jacobson found the defendant sleeping in a sleeping bag in the road.
Correct.
Not down by the Tahoe.
Not down by the Tahoe.
Okay. And did Mr. Jacobson relate this to law enforcement in any way? Did the defendant make any statements?
Yeah. So to keep it short, there was another individual that also showed up, and between the two of them, they were able to make a 911 call because there's no cell phone coverage right here, so they were able to make a 911 call. Mr. Jacobson offered his vehicle for Jeremy to sit in to keep warm. He did make a couple of comments. He talked about it, says, I may have killed my wife and child. And he also said the FBI are coming. The FBI, I don't remember the exact quote, but the FBI are coming to get me.
And then was Mr. Jacobson and the others able to reach law enforcement?
They were, and then law enforcement, they arrived on scene. They took Jeremy into custody, and then they also went down to the Tahoe where they found baby Zeke Best and also a white dog they called Sister laying in the backseat, deceased.
This area of Kepps, is it Kepps Crossing?
Kepps Crossing is Kepps.
And then you said road. Is this like a well-traveled road? Is it or is it something else?
No, this is it's in the backcountry, so this would be more of a recreational area. Roads they're maintained, but they're just dirt. They're maintained during the summer. This is where people go back to hunt, go back to ride their off-wheel or their off-road vehicles, that type of stuff, or camping, things like that. So there's not a lot of, it's not paved, and there wouldn't be normal traffic there.
And this area was about how far from the original scene where Kelly was killed?
It was probably about 50 miles, and the first 30 or so, the drive would be easy, but once you got on those dirt roads, it would be a little more difficult. It'd probably take about an hour and a half to get back into there.
And that road, you said something about starting in Swan Valley. Where did it start?
In Swan Valley, if you come west of the town, and it comes to it comes to the river right there. It's just right outside of town, and it's where people put their boats in to go fishing down in that area. There's a road right there at that bridge, and if you take that road, it'll take you all the way into Kepps Crossing. It'll take you a lot of different places, but if you go through Kepps Crossing, you can eventually get to Idaho Falls. It does connect from basically connecting Swan Valley to Idaho Falls.
But it's a back way to get from Swan Valley
Back
to,
way, correct.
into Bonneville County and Idaho Falls.
Yes.
Now, we're not gonna go through, and I think what will be really everything you've done, but I do want to talk about some jail calls. You mentioned earlier you listened to a lot of jail calls. Was there anything in the jail calls you listened to where you heard the defendant discuss whether or not he was going to stay on his medication?
I did. And we talked about, Jeremy talked about being on medication. It starts back in, I think it was 2003 when he was at rehab. They put him on, they put him on bipolar medicine, possibly Seroquel. I don't know exactly which one it was, but shortly after that, I don't know the exact time frame, but it seems like a year and a half or something, he got off of that medication. And then he talked about also giving up with the painkiller, like about a year and a half before this incident occurred. And then during the jail in the month of April, he was talking to his mom, and he says, because the jail has been giving him a lot of medication. I don't know the extent of it all, but he says, this stuff is making me fat, and I completely stopped taking it all. And then Jeremy and Patricia, that's his mom, was trying to encourage him to get back on the medications. He says, no, I'm in jail, I can't, and I'm not paraphrasing, I'm not quoting exactly, I'm in jail, I can't hurt anybody in jail.
And that was one of his reasons for choosing not to take the medicine.
Yeah, I believe the main reason is, he didn't want to be in the weight.
So you want to be like,
The weight?
did you, during those jail calls, also hear about what things he was treating himself with right before the homicides?
Yeah, he talked about, first he was trying to treat himself, self-medicate himself with marijuana. He talked about that he had taken some mushrooms just prior to this incident. And he said that he had 4 mushrooms. He checked, he said he equated to 12 doses. And then he talked about he was taking a cough medicine in order to try and help him sleep.
And did he say anything about marijuana?
Yeah, that was the first. He was taking marijuana.
Now, you also indicated that you reviewed all the evidence for information that could help you understand his state of mind. Did you see any evidence that you followed up on and reviewed that suggested that Mr. Best knew what he was doing was wrong when he committed these homicides?
Yes.
What, can you give us some of those facts that you observed?
I'll just kind of walk you through the scenario. When the homicide occurred, first of all, the phone went dead, and I don't know who broke the phone between Max Kali and Jeremy. But the phone was broke. As the homicide occurred, he went back and he threw the phone that 911 was on, or the phone was thrown into the fireplace. He also turned the power off to the company, or to the entire establishment, and then he fled. And he fled with the baby. And he drove all the way to Swan Valley. And people tell me that that's a common place for him to be in Swan Valley. Like he was taking steps in order to, like he knew he killed Kali, and then he was taking steps to try and leave the scene because he knew law enforcement would be coming at him. And when he makes a statement like, the FBI's coming for me, like he knows that he did something wrong. That tells me he knows he did something wrong.
You mentioned about the power being off. How do you know the power was off?
Well, when law enforcement arrived on scene, there was no lights, and the breaker switches on the outside, and it was actually turned off on the power. I contacted the power company, find out the exact time when it was turned off. I cannot do that. They cannot do that. They can only tell me when they go by hour increments. So they can only tell me that there's less power between 11 and midnight, and then there's like no power from midnight to 1 a.m. And in my, when I think about it, the phone that they use is a 911 call. And to make a 911 call, the phone they use is a landline. The landline base needs to be connected to electricity. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So that's telling me that the power is on when the 911 call goes out. But by the time the deputy gets there, the power is off.
Presentation would now be a good time to take a little break.
Sure, there's not much more, but it's coming.
Okay, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take the morning recess. I understand and believe there are restrooms on all 3 floors, so I invite you to use those, and we'll be back together again in 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Please rise.
reason why I don't go to church. The reason why I don't go to church. Nothing really groundbreaking. I mean, a couple of things like showing Zeke dealing with a little 2-second clip. It's taking a snapshot of a conversation out of context. Yeah, it's just like, I don't understand that. Pretty smooth.
So I don't know, I'm just always amused by the attitude everybody has. Like, the film is right next door to see detail. Yeah, that's where it should be, probably right here. But I'm just like, try to take money out of someone who's very, that's your, hour or 2 hours a day, 2.5. But maybe a time where it's those months and work this up.
Bobby's concerned about you, and so am I. Well, I don't know. You're sensitive. You toughen up like this guy. But you're gonna get you're big guy.
appreciate you.
Oh, I would recognize him.
Not really, no worries.
Yeah, I'm missing a lot of it. No, I can't do that. What about, kiddo? Hey, I just, so with my phone, I've never had to, I can't, even all these, I can't hear it. Oh, yes. And everybody I know has this eccentric. It's like, I didn't see that. Sorry, because it's the other.
Please rise. All right, thank you all. Go ahead and have a seat. And as you do so, ladies and gentlemen, I failed to ask that when we are on recess, I'll invite the marshals to take Mr. Best before anyone leaves the courtroom. And if you'll do that, then I appreciate that. Anything else from law enforcement? Is that okay? All right, very good. We'll continue the examination.
You want to pull the mic up towards you? Just so that everybody can. Thank you. Now, we were talking about the items you saw that when you were reviewing the things on the defendant's state of mind or whether you had evidence that you knew what he was doing was wrong. You talked about starting with the scene itself in efforts to get away from law enforcement. Anything beyond that? Was there anything about his conduct before the homicides that you followed up on to see if you saw evidence that he knew what he was doing was wrong?
Can you re-ask that question a second?
Sure. Did you look at information about his the activities within the 24 hours before the homicides that gave you evidence that the defendant knew what he was doing wrong?
At the Swan Valley incident, when he was naked there, he actually makes a comment, and I'm not quoting exactly, but something to the effect, I don't want to hurt my child. That kind of gave me, made me think, is this, are we planning something, or why did he make that comment?
Did you look at and talk to or review the interviews of the individuals at Airmac? Is there anything about the conduct at Airmac with the medical professionals that you consider?
Just looking over the reports and looking over the hospital notes and things like that. So when he was at the Swan Valley incident, he was giving me different names. He didn't know his name. He didn't seem like he was necessarily coherent. But when an hour later, when we were at the hospital, an hour, 2 hours later, I just noticed like he's completely having a conversation with these individuals, and he's talking like they're offering him stuff, and he's telling them that he's stressed at home. He's telling them about the sleep. It's just like he's completely aware of what's going on at the hospital, but yet an hour or 2 hours earlier, he's not aware.
So that sort of rapid change struck you?
It did.
And then let's talk about the law enforcement in general. There were many officers, we talked about that contributed to this investigation. Right?
Correct.
Was there anything sort of as the law enforcement community, the impact on that law enforcement community that you noted?
I'm sorry, I'll object.
Argument?
I think that the court in pronouncing sentences is allowed to see the impact on the community at large. They're allowed to consider the resources from the state that went into it and the extent to which law enforcement themselves had to take certain actions or respond to a situation. And that can be one factor that the court considers in deciding what the punishment should be for an individual whose conduct is what the defendant's was.
Okay, so the court did draw a number of inferences from the observations that I had while reviewing all of the material, and I'll draw upon that and maybe make some comments about it at sentencing. But I would limit this witness to the resources that you are describing. Okay, proceed in that way.
So to be clear, I was going to ask about the role of chaplains with law enforcement. Is that okay?
That would be permitted.
Okay, I just didn't want to violate a court order. And so did chaplains have a role in working with law enforcement as a part of this or subsequent to this investigation?
They did. They offered to help anybody that was involved with a homicide, whether it was EMS, 911, firefighters, police, federal agents, everything. They felt they gathered all of us into a room. It was completely voluntary. And they put us in a circle. And anytime it was a dramatic event for all of us, and so they provided an opportunity where every person going around in a circle could say whatever they wanted to say, they can vent whatever they wanted to say, they can give emotions, or they don't have to say anything, they can just go and listen to that. And I attended that meeting. There was a lot of people. The room was full. I couldn't tell you exactly, probably 50 people in there. And just watching each and every individual, there's a lot of eyes that had tears in them. There's a lot of sniffling going on. And as you heard the people talking, even the officers that have more of a reputation of being a little bit tougher type of thing, you could hear the trembling in their voice. And I saw at least a couple different officers that actually broke down in tears as they were relating what they felt like. There were some officers there that they had a child close to that age. They were making a direct relationship between Zeke Best and their own family. It was one of the most emotional meetings I've ever gone to, and you could tell that people were really impacted. And even with like the 911 dispatchers that didn't see anything, they talked about like how hard it was being on the other end, just waiting for that call, you know, for information. And the hardest part about the whole thing was, Kali Best was the late evening of the 30th, and we didn't know where Zeke was. And everybody had a high hope to be able to find this baby, because we didn't know either way. So we instantly went, well, we want this baby to be alive. And it was really hard when the call came out and we found baby Zeke, and he was no longer with us.
30 hours of hope ended wrong.
Yeah.
And so, how did it impact you as the primary agent?
I've done a lot of cases, and this one's probably impacted me the most. I also had a child, or not child, but a grandchild that was close to that age. And I was in the office while they were processing the Dickersons. I was in the office trying to find Zeke, you know, working with everybody, getting them the information. Just my whole focus at that point in my life was trying to find Zeke. And we worked all night, and we worked all day. And then we slept the following day, and I was driving back up to Victor, because I live in Idaho Falls. Driving back up there, and then we got the call that we found Jeremy and found Zeke. And then I knew that I had control of my emotions, because it was all of a sudden, it just hit you all of a sudden. Because now I got to make that phone call to the family, because I had been in contact with the family throughout the time. And I knew they were traveling, coming this way. I couldn't even contact them in person, but I knew I had to make that phone call and talk to them. And when I talked to them, I could just hear the cry over the phone. And it hit me really hard. I knew I had to control it. And then it was really hard. I couldn't go into any details on it. I just had to tell them their nephew's grandson was no longer with us, because I know they had that hope as well. And then throughout, I've been doing this for over a year and a half, and it's like, it's become a part of me. I used to be able to just stop at the end of the day and leave work behind. Now I go home and I think about it. I wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning and just have an idea, or I have an image, of Zeke, and it's just hard to go back to sleep. But like, this one actually mentally hit me a little harder than any of the other cases I've worked.
Thank you. I can turn to the state.
Thank you. Mr. Archibald Cross.
So, Detective Stevens, you've been involved in this case from day one.
Correct.
And were you involved in the mediation of this case?
I was at the mediation. Well, I was on the Zoom mediation.
You were part of the plea agreement that was entered in this case?
I don't think I had a say in it. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
I didn't have a
Were
say.
you consulted about the plea agreement?
They told me about it, yes.
And then you listened to the plea agreement on Zoom?
Yes.
And so you're aware that part of the plea agreement is that Jeremy Best did not plead guilty to anything involving a plan or premeditation. Are you aware of that?
I am not. Okay.
You know the differences between premeditated murder and murder that's not premeditated.
Correct.
And Jeremy Best pleaded guilty to a murder, but not for premeditation. Are you aware of that?
Correct. It was murder times 2, or murder 2, and then murder 1 for Zeke.
Yeah. And murder 1 for Zeke because of a child, not because of a plan.
That is correct.
Premeditation.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. So a lot of what you've talked about this morning is what you think was evidence for a plan or premeditation. Is that what you've been testifying about?
I've been testifying that it's the why it occurred.
And you don't claim to be an expert in manic bipolar symptoms, do you?
No.
And as part of your investigation, did you find that a divorce case had actually been filed or started?
No.
Did you find that they had actually, that Jeremy and Kali had ever separated?
There were some different times that Kali would stay at someone else's house, but not like a separation, if that's what you're asking.
So part of your investigation there was never a separation other than maybe staying one night at some person's house?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that Kali came and picked up Jeremy at the hospital on November 30th, 2020?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that she did not feel she was in danger by going to the hospital?
That is correct.
As part of your investigation into their finances, was Kali in charge of the finances for Jeremy and Kali?
From what I can gather, Kali did the book work for not only the personal, but it sounds like she did the book work for the business as well.
So Kali would help Jeremy in the auto repair shop. Is that fair to say?
In the book work?
Yeah, both the parts, the client relationships, and the book.
Yeah, I saw evidence of probably everything, but maybe the actual mechanical.
And then as part of your investigation, did you see that sometimes Zeke was taken out to the shop as well?
Yes.
That they had a little stroller or swing or something out there in the shop for him?
It was a swing.
So the Jeremy's auto repair, it's fair to say, was a family adventure.
Yes.
Now, how old was Jeremy when Zeke was born?
It's 48.
Okay. That's about the math that I had.
Okay.
He's 50 now, right? And so Zeke was born a couple of years ago.
2023.
So, and then so Jeremy was 48, and as far as your investigation, that was his first child.
Correct.
And Kali, how old was she when Zeke was born?
I don't recall.
She about 10 years younger than Jeremy.
Yes. I don't know the exact age.
So, in this statement that you testified to, that Jeremy said is talking to someone, we're not supposed to have children, would that be due, could the context of that be due to their age? That he's almost 50 and she's almost 40?
I have no idea the context on it.
Well, the context that you wanted to portray to the court today was that he didn't want his children. Is that what you were trying to say to the judge today?
Correct, that's what it sounded like to me.
And yet, you've reviewed thousands and thousands of text messages between Jeremy, Kali, and
Correct.
isn't it more fair to say, Detective, that Jeremy loved Kali?
There was a lot of text that steered that direction, correct?
Isn't it fair to say that Jeremy loved his son Zeke?
There was text that towards the beginning that Jeremy did love Zeke. And
Isn't it fair to say that Jeremy loved his unborn child as well?
That I don't know.
So you've testified that you've reviewed all the text. And I noticed in the exhibits that there was Bates numbers. Do you know what's a Bates number?
It's an identification number that the prosecutors were using to identify a particular piece of evidence.
Okay. And so the Bates numbers that you were looking at were like 24,000. Is that right?
I honestly didn't look, I'm sorry.
Okay. So there's just a lot of evidence in this case.
Correct.
And of the thousands of text messages that you reviewed, it's fair to say that they were a couple of kids and they had challenges in their life. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And one of their challenges was financial, right?
Correct.
And they incurred a $100,000 medical bill for Zeke. Was that eventually paid by Jeremy and Kali, or was it paid by Medicaid?
I believe it was Medicaid, at least on his proceeding.
And so you're aware of looking at their finances that they qualified for Medicaid due to their low amount of income.
Correct.
And it's pretty common, would we say, in your detective work, that most marriages have disagreements about certain things, including money.
Yes.
And when Jeremy found out that Kali had racked up $8,000 in credit card debt without telling him that was the source of a lot of their arguments, is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that question?
So let me rephrase it. When you testified about Jeremy saying of your 8,200 lies, was that referring to the amount of money that she had racked up on credit cards that she hadn't told Jeremy about?
I did not make that correlation. The only correlation I made was that was I think it was the bill for the midnight for her father.
And then part of your testimony was that Pat Bass agreed to pay that debt for him for the credit card that Kali had racked up.
Offered to give him a loan.
And in your investigation, did you then learn that yes, in fact, Pat had given them money?
I did not learn on that particular moment, but I did learn on the $9,000 loan. Later on, she did give him money.
Okay. And so, in your testimony about money and finances, is it fair to say there's not a financial motive for Jeremy to kill Kali?
It was from what I gathered, it was one of the things that added to the stress in her life.
But Kali didn't have a $1 million life insurance policy.
Not that I know of.
She didn't have a $1,000 life insurance policy.
I don't know of any life insurance policy.
Well, if anyone would know, it would be you. You're in charge, right?
Correct.
So he certainly didn't kill Kali for money. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
He didn't kill Zeke for money, right?
Correct.
Zeke didn't have a life insurance policy on him either, right?
Correct.
Right. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you. Any rebuttal?
No, Judge.
Okay, the court doesn't have any questions, so thank you. You may step down. The court invites the state to call its next witness.
The state will call Rebecca Bird.
Place you under oath.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may inquire.
Pam, if you could move on and lean in, I know you're a little soft-spoken, so court reporter needs to take that, okay? All right, so if you could try to speak up and speak out loud, okay? Can you introduce yourself to the court and spell your last name?
My name is Rebecca Bird, B-I-R-D.
And how are you employed?
I am employed as a physician assistant.
And where do you act as a physician assistant?
I act as a physician assistant at Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center.
And how long have you been a physician's assistant there?
At that facility since January of 2008.
And where had you been prior to that?
I have been at a family practice urgent care. I certified in August of 2007. I started at RMAC in 2008.
And what is, just so the record's clear, what is a physician assistant and what is your role specifically at in the emergency room?
A physician assistant is a licensed medical professional that is certified with a master's degree, educated to provide medical care for patients, including assessing, making a plan for the patient, ordering labs, imaging, diagnosing. We can write prescriptions. We work alongside physicians and collaborate with physicians. At Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center, we have a supervising physician that we collaborate with on multiple cases.
And so it's essentially you're a treating provider that can make some medical decisions,
Yes,
including whether someone can go home or whether someone needs additional care.
yes.
And how, and so were you serving in that role on November 30th of 2023?
Yes.
What were you doing in the ER at Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center on that day?
I was working as a PA.
And were you there and have responsibility for help treating Jeremy Best?
Yes.
Can you tell us about how you came to learn of Mr. Best's arrival at the ER?
He was brought to the emergency room by ambulance with a paramedic and a police officer.
And you said there was a police officer. Was he under arrest?
No,
Was he on a police hold?
no.
So why was he brought to the ER?
He was brought to the emergency room out of concern for an instance that had happened at a gas station outside of the county and brought in for a evaluation,
And when you say evaluation, what kind of evaluation?
medical, psychiatric, brought in to generally be evaluated for the circumstances in which he was found.
And is that a fairly routine thing that happens in the ER?
Yes,
And do you have some role in that evaluation?
yes.
What is your role in that evaluation?
My role in that evaluation on that day with Jeremy Best, I saw him as he initially came in and started asking questions and evaluating as a provider his circumstances and what had happened that day.
And you said you started asking questions. Were these questions standard and routine questions that you asked?
Yes,
Do you recall whether Mr. Best answered those questions?
yes, he answered them.
And what was his attitude and demeanor in speaking with you?
Very polite.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes,
Did his answers fit the question you were given?
yes,
Did he display in any of his questions any sort of evidence of illogical thought?
no,
Did he display any evidence that he didn't understand your question?
no,
Did he display any evidence that he didn't understand your role in evaluating him?
no.
Now, do you recall what he told you when you started asking him your standard questions?
Yes,
What did he say to you?
to start with if he knew why he was brought to the emergency room to be evaluated, his understanding of the circumstances and why he was brought to the RMAT.
Did he say what did he tell you about what he understood?
He understood that he had taken his clothes off and gone into a bathroom. He didn't remember the exact instance, but he did remember when the police came and with the paramedics and brought him through town into the hospital.
So just to make sure I understood, he indicated he understood sort of or remembered contact with law enforcement. Did he tell you he understood or he actually personally remembered what happened in the convenience store?
He did not remember.
Did he remember getting to the convenience store?
He remembered as to what he told me was leaving Victor that day prior to the event to go visit a friend.
And then the next thing he remembered was the police. Did you follow up on that sort of period where he didn't remember and ask him questions about that?
I asked questions to the paramedics and the police officer that had brought him in.
And what did you learn from that?
I learned that Mr. Best had shown up at the gas station and thrown some credit cards on the ground and taken his clothes off in the parking lot and then went into the gas station and into a bathroom. And that's where he was found.
And during this, did you hear any evidence that he had been dangerous to anyone?
No,
Did anyone report to you that he was under investigation for criminal behavior?
no,
Did anyone indicate to you during your conversations that he was under arrest for anything?
no.
Now, turning back to your interactions with Mr. Bass, did you question him about his medical or mental health history?
Yes,
And what did he tell you?
he told me he had a diagnosis of bipolar in the past and that he used to take medicine for bipolar by history, but he didn't like the way the medications made him feel, so he had discontinued his medications. I believe in my record was about 17 months prior he had discontinued some medications for bipolar.
And did he indicate what steps he was doing to address his bipolar condition?
No,
Did he say whether or not he was doing anything?
no,
Did he tell you whether or not he was self-medicating with any substances?
he said on occasion he would take Benadryl for sleep, as far as just over the counter.
Did he tell you that he was, or even claimed to be using a lot of marijuana too?
No,
Did he tell you that he had been trying to do any lithium supplements?
no,
Did he tell you that he was self-medicating with mushrooms?
no,
Did he tell you that he was self-medicating with cough syrup?
no,
Now, did you explain to him you needed to know what medication or medicines he was on?
yes,
And did he tell you he was, other than the Benadryl, did he tell you he was on anything else?
no, he denied.
He denied. But you specifically asked him about all those things.
Any drug or substance abuse or alcohol use. He did mention that he had a history of alcohol use and had been to a rehab about 20 years prior and had been sober since that time.
Did he tell you about any history of illegal substance use?
No,
Did he tell you about any contacts with law enforcement involving illegal substances?
no,
And again, you needed to know those things to assess it.
yes,
Now, and while he's answering these questions, did he seem hesitant or in any way unwilling to speak to you?
no,
Did he indicate any other troubles that he was experiencing other than bipolar?
he said he'd been very stressed recently and he wasn't sleeping.
And did he say what he was stressed about?
He was stressed about having one baby come, specifically a leap year baby, and that he had a 10-month-old child at home, and financially it was very stressful.
Did he tell you anything about any other concerns he had with regard to his family?
He mentioned that he had recently, not recently, I didn't get the specifics, but had been married and his children were new to him, the one he was and the one coming and working as a mechanic and trying to make ends meet was pretty stressful in their marriage.
While you were interviewing and talking to him, did he indicate any thoughts of self-harm?
No,
Did he indicate any thoughts that he was going to harm anyone?
no,
Are your standard questions that you ask in that situation designed to try to figure that question out?
yes,
And part of the
yes,
And so while you were talking to him and evaluating him, were you looking for that evidence?
yes,
Did you see any evidence displayed to you by the defendant that he was dangerous to anyone?
no,
Did you in any way make any recommendations to him about
yes.
what should happen? What did you recommend?
I recommended that he did an evaluation through crisis evaluator and check some blood work is our standard for a mental health evaluation.
And did the defendant agree to that and take advantage of those opportunities?
He politely declined.
And at that point, they'd been brought in by the police, right?
Mhm.
But, so did he have the right to decline?
Yes,
Okay, why?
he did not meet at that time with my assessment and the information that I had at the time, any reasonable concern to place him on a mental hold or to take that right away from him.
Because you have to follow the Idaho statute on that,
Yes,
and were any of those criteria met?
no,
In fact, were the defendant's answers to your question kind of opposite of what would require a hold?
yes,
You offered him care, but he chose not to do it.
yes,
Now, did you also in that process have an opportunity to evaluate anybody who could be a caregiver or somebody who could be a support system?
yes.
Who did you talk to?
I talked to his wife, Kali.
And what did you talk to Kali about?
He gave me Kelly's phone number, and I actually called her from Kermac while she was driving to the hospital. I talked to her on multiple, a few different times during her driving when she came to the ER.
Why'd you do that?
Because I wanted some more history. I wanted to know a little bit more about him and kind of the situation at home and to kind of help collect more information for evaluation and taking care of him in the ER.
So Callie's statements to you were part of you figuring out what to recommend or do next?
Yes.
So what did Callie tell you?
Callie told me that she agreed that he hadn't been sleeping and that he had been stressed out, and she didn't seem to think that it was out of the ordinary, not anything that she hadn't seen before as far as him not sleeping.
Did she indicate whether or not she thought he was using any substances?
No,
You said it quite adamantly. Why do you say it so strongly?
I do because I specifically asked her if there was any concern as far as him sleeping and what they were using at home, what he was trying, and there was a comment she made that he used to be on Seroquel for sleep, and again, she also acknowledged that he was using Benadryl over the counter off and on for sleep, which seemed to help.
Did she indicate whether he was using anything else?
No,
And during your conversations with Callie, did she indicate whether she was in fear of him?
no,
Did she indicate she feared for his safety?
no,
And did she express any concerns about him leaving the hospital?
no,
Did she have an opinion about whether he should stay or go?
no. She did. She wanted to take him home.
And she told you that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. After you chatted with Kali, you chatted with the defendant, else did you do?
I was still concerned about the situation and the concern that I didn't have a necessary point to place him on a mental hold. Under the circumstances, I decided at that time to involve my supervising physician, Dr. Garrity.
Did you have to involve Dr. Garrity?
No,
And why did you choose to involve Dr. Garrity?
I wanted a second opinion, a reevaluation, just some support.
And did that happen?
Yes.
And ultimately, what was your conclusion
My conclusion after his evaluation,
after Dr. Garrity's evaluation?
the same conclusion that we didn't have means to place him on a mental hold and that he wanted to go home and his wife wanted to take him home.
There was no evidence given to you or Dr. Garrity that he was dangerous to himself or to others.
No,
Was he throughout oriented to what was going on?
yes,
He displayed coherent and was cooperative to you
Yes.
guys? And was he discharged a lot, just
Yes.
left?
he was discharged after she came to the, and picked him up.
And that discharge was voluntary on his part?
Yes.
And part of that discharge, just to be clear, did you offer him resources?
Yes,
And he declined those resources?
yes,
Did any staff bring to you, or the defendant bring to you, any concerns about his dangerousness to his family?
no,
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Mr. Archibald?
So you're a physician assistant.
yes,
And are there specialties in that, like specialty in physician assistant, specialty in psychiatric care?
no,
So as an emergency room PA, you just see lots of variety about lots of different things.
yes,
And you've been a PA for how long?
over 17 years.
All at Vermont?
Irma, and I also work in the emergency room at Iowa Falls Community Hospital.
And so you've seen patients before that are bipolar.
Excuse me?
Have you seen patients before that tell you they're bipolar?
Yes,
And so what are some of the symptoms of bipolar?
it depends on where the bipolar is, I guess. Can be depression, can be mania, can be normal.
And so manic depression, manic bipolar, is that what you just called mania?
Yeah, I guess, yes.
Okay. That's doing, well, let me ask you, what does manic bipolar mean?
When I see a manic bipolar, specifically in the emergency room, it's typically somebody that's very busy, very talkative, mind racing, active.
And then the other flip side of bipolar is just the opposite, very depressive.
Yes,
And do sometimes those emotions really swing quickly?
yes.
Someone who's bipolar. What happens when someone who is bipolar doesn't take their medications?
Their moods change.
And do sometimes when people who are bipolar who try to self-medicate, does that make it worse? Sometimes.
Yes,
And so I've read the medical records of while Jeremy was there at Ermac. Apparently you met with Jeremy Best, so did Dr. Garrity, and so did someone by the name of Rhett Winch. Does that sound right?
I was not aware of Brett Lynch meeting with Mr. Best.
Okay. I've read some of the reports about Jeremy calling himself Jesus. Did he say that to you?
No,
That he called himself Thor, the Norse god Thor. Did he say that to you?
no,
That he was asking questions about Mormon religious authority. Did he ask a question about that to you?
no,
And did he ask for a chaplain when he was with you?
I was not informed, no.
Who was the Ermac chaplain back at that time?
I don't know of a specific chaplain.
And Rhett Winch, what is his title at the hospital?
He's an RN
And does he work with you?
as a nurse.
Do you know if he was working on that day at Ermac when Jeremy investigated?
I don't know.
So your initial assessment of Jeremy Best was strange, inexplicable behavior.
Strange?
Is that what you said?
No.
Disorientation, is that what you said?
No.
Insomnia, that's the only diagnosis.
Insomnia.
And he had been treated by the EMTs from the Swan Valley store till he got to the emergency room, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know what the EMTs did for him between the Swan Valley store and Ermac and Adult House?
No.
Did you talk to them?
I talked to the paramedic that drove with him, and he said that he was just cooperative and very pleasant and came for the ride, and they didn't have to do much, but I don't know directly what their care was in the ambulance.
And when he was picked up by the EMTs, he couldn't remember his name. Could he remember his name when he was with you?
Yes.
Did you talk to the police who turned him over at the Swan Valley store to the EMTs?
I talked to the officer, yes.
So did the officer follow the ambulance to the hospital?
I don't know. I don't know if he followed or was in the, with the medics.
Do you remember which officer that was?
Not by name, no.
So, you suggest, or did you suggest that he see a psychiatric expert?
Yes.
And so, who was the psychiatric expert that talked to Jeremy Best?
There wasn't one.
So when you say Dr. Garrity, what is his expertise?
Dr. Garrity is an emergency room physician.
So does Ermac have psychiatric experts on staff?
Yes.
And so your thought of having Jeremy reviewed by a psychiatric expert, that did not happen?
No.
How much time, when you look back on it, how much time would you actually say you spent with Jeremy?
Maybe a total of a half hour.
Because he was in and out of the hospital total in 1 hour. Is that right?
Don't know the exact time frame. Yes.
Did you order a blood test?
I did not. He declined.
Could you have ordered it without his consent?
No. I could have ordered it, but it wouldn't have been processed. It wouldn't have been obtained from him
And why is that?
because he declined the blood work.
Okay, so he has to consent to having you take his blood.
If he's not on the hold, yes.
And when someone comes in with his kind of symptoms, what does your protocol say to you?
My protocol is ask questions, find out what's going on, navigate the process, and make recommendations.
Were you aware that he made statements about fear for his family while he was at the
No.
insomnia diagnosis that we gave him, that's what he believed. He just needed to get some sleep.
Yes.
And did you speak with his wife, Kali?
Yes.
And you spoke to her both while driving, while she was driving, and then also at the hospital?
Yes.
And how would you describe her demeanor?
Very pleasant, very kind, very loving.
Very kind and loving towards Jeremy.
Yes.
Very polite towards you.
Yes.
A good woman.
Yes.
She loved Jeremy. That was obvious to you.
Yes.
And she wanted the best for him.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any regret?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Ma'am, when you say Jeremy Best declined, when you interviewed him, was there any evidence for you to try to, that would justify legally or medically, that would have justified you trying to force him to take blood?
No.
Was there any evidence that he presented to you that would justify legally or mentally or medically for you to force him to stay and see the psychiatrist you recommended?
No.
Was there any evidence that he presented to you medically or legally that would justify you forcing him to stay and get a psychological evaluation?
No.
And those observations were based on his conduct in front of you,
Yes.
his conduct with EMTs,
Yes.
and his conduct with law enforcement.
Yes.
The defendant chose to leave,
Yes.
but you offered him services,
Yes.
and he declined them.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you also had Dr. Geary come in to review your assessment to see if there was enough to force Mr. Best to do anything.
Yes.
And did Dr. Geary agree with you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you always seek a second opinion?
No.
But you sought that second opinion with Dr. Geary,
Yes.
and he reached the same conclusion.
Yes.
And Mr. Best was was free to leave, correct?
Yes.
And he left.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. You can sit down. Council, I know we're entering the noon hour. We could take a lunch break at this time. However, if you believe that Dr. Garrity is the next witness and similarly in duration, I'm happy to finish that.
Judge, I think we're not going to call Dr. Gary, so
Okay.
this would be a good time for lunch break.
Okay. Very good. And ladies and gentlemen, council, we will take a 45-minute lunch break. I would ask everyone to be back at 1:45. And again, invite the marshals to take Mr. Best before you leave the courtroom.
All right.
I already knew a lot of this was going to be said. We're going to get in yesterday.
I'm trying to reach Angie.
Do you see?
Just be neutral about her or something like
I just want to, do you want Rebecca Burbank?
It won't bother me or John.
Thank you very much.
No, seriously. On the phone, I want you to do this. This is why we want to bring out
Can we get you guys a sandwich? Want a sandwich from the deli? For sure.
just in case you want. Yeah, he doesn't want to use that on the day.
Thank you.
Hi, Angie. My name's John Wood. I'm calling from Patricia Press. How you holding up with us? Firearms that are kept. I was trying to call and make arrangements to retrieve those. We're in court right now, so give me a call, leave a message when that would be a good time. Be there after court or whatnot. Anyway, give me a call. My number's 208-351-1811. Thank you.
So, did you guys clock that she's is that clear? I mean, that's what the point I want to make. Didn't try to cajole him into any.
Even though she had concerns, she was being told, her instincts were telling her that she should.
Okay, just want to make sure that
Yeah.
it's clear. Okay, where did Jim go? Do you know?
To the restroom. They always say that they have some area bathrooms back here that you guys can use. If that guy will let it.
He's the man with the gun.
Yeah.
There's 4 of us. We could bum rush him.
Do you need to go?
Yeah. Yes.
Could you use that?
Absolutely, come on back.
Thank you. So are we on lunch right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Till.
Said 45 minutes.
Well, knowing the judge, I think he is motivated. You know, I can see he's going to the
Are they transporting Jeremy
They don't have facilities here though.
What's
They don't have facilities here to hold, do they?
No, they've got a holding cell around here. Typically, I think the idea is that they don't like put someone up in it, so
Yeah.
they'll probably take him back home tonight, this afternoon. Back home, back to, I'm from Idaho Falls.
where he's been living.
Yeah, where he's
Big city of
housed.
if.
The big city of If. When it came to the timeline, what had you not understood?
Haven't heard too much about the kept crossing and when they actually got ready to go. Most of it was pretty much there. This was a couple of things that I didn't know about, but it's pretty inconsequential at this point, so
Yeah.
it's not,
It's nothing.
you guys feel a half hour is not sufficient time to
I think that had nothing happened, nobody would look at this. But since something really bad happened, we can look at all of the cues and go, what was the holdup? Everybody can look and say, well, he's not getting sleep. He's off his meds. He's bipolar. These are the things. These guys have holds that they can. That's what they're there for. And they didn't institute them. Now they're gonna go out of their way to make sure they're not liable for millions of dollars. And they're conscious. So,
Kali Randall's family is not sued or have sued Jeremy.
it sounded to me like it was quite
Quite expensive to go out there for a Mac.
What's that?
Financially expensive to go out
Right.
for a
They'll
guest.
put up a fight. And Jeremy has his house at 600,000, so the Randalls thinking, that's enough.
sounds like Jeremy wants them to have
Which,
it.
Jeremy wants him to have.
yeah, they wanted to have it for the second week after this whole thing went down. Tried to write letters and call them and everything, tell them to come get it all. Would have saved them and I a bunch of work.
Yeah. They did a lot of work out there. I have pictures of showing up that week and it was a mess. Then I went there after you guys cleaned it up and it was amazing.
yeah, that was nuts.
Little snack bar here. So I'll look at you.
Is Garrity willing to come back if we need him?
Mm-hmm.
Rhett Winch is supposed to come tomorrow.
Yeah.
But whether or not we need Garrity, if we get Winch, we can talk about that.
Are you about to call a witness today?
So tomorrow. So the state's going today.
They said they were probably not going to call Gary.
So I think most of the bizarre statements were said to Rhett Winch, and so we have him coming tomorrow.
Or just that they never checked. He's there less than an hour, or just an hour.
Yeah.
I think I clocked it at 52 minutes.
Not much time.
No.
Takes longer than that just to get your information filled out.
If you are around naked, you're bipolar, by a diagnosis, he's admitted he's not taking that. Like, we need more. How much?
have to learn how to do this.
Well, I got to do something with that.
No, that's fine.
He
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're on a lunch. We're on a lunch, so we've only got like a half an hour left. But I'm just wondering. Okay. The back. Right. Yeah, I don't want to do that out front anyway. Okay. Is that the official list that was generated when they seized them? Or is that just a... Right. So how would I get a hold of the initial list of their evidence list when they removed them from the scene? I'd love to have a copy of that, please. That's fine. That's fine. That'd be great. And how late are you there in case the state gets done early today?
Which is what you're supposed to do.
Okay. Okay.
Or talk to the parent.
Yeah. We were just talking to these guys, and they're talking like it's going to be the judge kind of thinking wants to get out of here by 3, but it could go to 4 or so. But I would, I guess if you don't hear from me by, I mean, what's a good time for you? I'll, call you and let you know that we're on our way. Okay. We'll just go ahead and do that. Yeah, like I said, I just don't want to hold you up, any longer if you got a drive to do.
That's either great.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah,
This should.
yeah, with plus.
Right. Okay. Yeah, if you're good with waiting for us, then yeah, we'll after we get out of here, we'll give you a call and head that way. Thank you very much, Amy. Yep. Bye.
Yeah.
Say sorry, I give you no Friday.
Yeah, he's coming.
Yeah, I got 2 numbers now.
Quantity.
No, she said she generated a list on her own, and you heard me. I want the.
I've got it.
Yeah. Let's see what she says. Well, it's 2 pages. I'm like, okay, yeah. Great.
She generated.
No, that I guess the
Yeah, it's too big.
yeah, but
And he was honest.
I just kind of like to see, if anybody actually wrote anything down like they were supposed to, or not just her checking it in. That doesn't matter. I mean, it's just it really should be written down from the scene.
I'm not even on,
This is my work.
It's there.
What do we have, 20 minutes?
You only gave 45 minutes.
I'll hang.
Hey.
May I throw this in the garbage can? Would that be all right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you got one tucked under this there.
Yes.
then
I think you're gonna get an objection, I'm gonna walk the council table for this.
well,
And I would talk to Elaine, because she would okay all the places at this.
right. Here's the issue though. What they didn't consider is my sentence. What's that? Right, but anything that's on there. So I have to get that. So now that I got here, I got there. So I want to be like that.
Well, why don't you just sit on the end?
Do you want me to move? I just figured you
Just
two.
walk
Well, when we get there.
Okay, I'm happy to, I just figured you two would be next.
And I'm gonna have the same issue, I mean, my law constitutional body.
The only thing, I mean, if I'm here, which is actually the most comfortable, I got my back to that.
On the end.
Well, to the witness and, well, and here,
Like, why don't you sit on Neil's old podium?
the who?
Sit on Neil's old podium, not on it, but.
Well, then I'm in front of the screen.
But the judge is
Now-
higher, we did this yesterday, you can see over that head.
Yeah, but, oh, you don't want to sit. What did you see in the
I can sit.
What did you see in the river before?
And then feed the here. I can do that.
They've got a pretty long, I think, we're double
Oh,
checking.
I've got stuff that I can do.
Yeah, because then you can just, you're backward at everybody.
What?
During your result.
And what I like about that is, you know,
Well, but again, I'm still gonna have the same.
who's behind you though? Nobody.
Well, if I'm like this, I mean, nobody, even if I'm sideways though, so there's a lot. But I'm thinking this, so what we'll do is move this, you sit there, I'll come on in, but we don't have to do it right now. I'm just saying when we get to
Okay.
the afternoon.
I heard you were doing a tea and got concerned.
Oh, no, what? So here's my issue.
Okay.
If I sit here and run my computers, then the things that we're trying not to show are going to be up on the screen.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to do is get to the side here without blocking it. So I think I'm small enough that when we move this, I can put the two right here.
Like turn this way so you
No,
can.
just take this out, and then
And then you're gonna sit right here.
I'll sit here, and then I'll have my two laptops there.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll move this up here and I can put my headset out, but then you can take my spot. There you go.
And then this should reach.
You want to, because you want to test your laptop and stuff? Because it will tell you where I tested mine and I did some adjustments from the dailies.
Oh, so you can certainly try to see what happens. Can we turn these on for a second?
Can I give this back to you? Because I know we didn't find out from the judge is do we need to get the court a clean copy of these exhibits?
Doesn't sound like it.
But where's he going to give what we gave him?
Yeah, why would we duplicate it?
Exactly, and that was what, but Judge
I would
Boyd,
let you guys figure that
Yes.
out, because I know what I'm doing.
we'll just ask him. We didn't, because Judge Boyd's wanted his own working copy. So the question is, does the judge want another clean copy of the court of exhibits, or is he just going to?
Oh, good.
Yes.
So I still never.
I got tired.
We can sleep.
And we should probably double check that one, just to make sure it's 100% accurate. I didn't listen to double check.
Which one? Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, double check.
It was already good with the court. I didn't first
Okay.
realize.
At some point, you're going to bring this guy. You're going to bring this out, and he's huge.
So I'll show up at 8:30. You don't have to say.
No, I need to.
Yeah, right,
It's our
but
case.
since I heard you.
Okay.
So, and I just nervous about it
Okay.
because
I
they
think
never
we're good.
presented a pre-testing presentation and it's really long. So. So, anyway, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll see you here.
Sounds great.
Let me try my.
You want to double check? is, and it's listed to what technically have to do
Oh, yeah, I don't have any video.
Oh, no video, okay.
I'm just photos, so that's good.
Yes, we can. Minimize that again.
Oh, it's really cool. All right. There it is. I can see my complaint.
I didn't see your.
Fortunately, that was all what we've already done, so.
There we go.
Okay, let's try power. Oh, yeah, I won't have any audio, so you don't have to worry about
Well,
audio.
and the main reason I wanted to look at it is to see
Yeah.
what the name of it was. So
Does it
that
show?
way- Yes, so it says
Detail
D10
board.
which now I can't hear this.
You know, the biggest challenge I have is that I have to go back and forth between laptops.
Right.
So I have to look and work. Yeah,
His house is like that.
it's good just to.
No, it's a nice.
Oh, yeah, that's a fine.
Okay. I was gonna say, well,
So as long as it says down 10 or
Yeah.
dirt road.
and
On the left there.
Yeah, let's work out. Full scale.
Not a lot, logistics. No, I just wanted to make sure that.
Okay, so now when I go into play mode here.
show your non-slip
Yeah, that's fine.
It should look just like that.
Okay. I'm thinking I'm ready to go.
We'll see you tomorrow.
He's over here. We're in,
And then basically in models,
Oh,
basically in models,
Gotcha.
and then take care of
This
all
is
those
seventh-
stones.
The seventh circuit?
Yeah.
Seventh district.
Yeah, so this was a district.
Seventh district, you know, circuit.
Those Missouri.
We left Missouri for a reason.
Understood.
You guys are gonna kill us, that was the
I'm
one.
originally from there.
thank you so much for everything. I don't know, one that's not.
Yes, and it was
You said more? Yes.
I double checked it with
People like,
Think the farm, it's something that's ours, and I asked you a question. It was just, I'm gonna hear.
Did they just have?
But I was wondering.
You have a scale.
I'm actually trying to go.
I could, but I didn't know.
It's where Jesus comes. Oh, you're kidding. You see it? Wow.
Yeah, Missouri.
No, I'm from New York. I grew up outside Long Island.
There you go.
There you go.
Governor Bob's there.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on in Missouri.
I think it was still in this.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Oh, well, what is it? What's it take us out of have a message so you it's where Christ is coming back, right? According to the
That's,
at autumn. Well,
I don't know, it's, I wanted to be known.
Oh, right.
That's a good place for the
You
league.
know, those kinds of things, you never know.
Everybody coming in there. It was like, Brandon, we want you to
Got
just
to
go
be
on.
original, get them all. Send the witnesses,
You're not.
follow.
Have you ever
believe just the county was gone there and another prosecutor in town, who's now she added off the terms.
Okay, I'll be here tomorrow.
Is very wrong. Right, and what's so here's a tip. But I'm landing Sunday for.
Yeah, here's what worked perfect. You don't.
After that, something called.
This way.
And already and we'll be there at about 5 for our year to year. You guys can join us.
That'd be great.
Correct, except on mine are just still photos.
So it is
5-ish.
'It's in the hotel. I'll text you.
Okay, I'll have to drive this up for Investigator.
Yeah, we go there, it's a wonderful place.
Yeah.
And we have one of them.
Like, I was just leaving my house and instead of back to my house and then back to
Daniel, my friend.
How's it going, Neil?
Oh, wow.
So that's why we just had a meeting.
Bring me along.
And the guy is like, anybody on the phone, because I don't see how they required that. So the only way that
Are you with the press? Oh, yeah. Are you with the press? No.
Whoa, we kept on the Jimmy I can help you out with sauce on that one. Seems like Let me take it all.
I've never bought them before. I got them at Target. There's no flavor. Like, they do have protein. Yeah. And I saw yeah, you got the nuts. Tastes good.
Yeah, I was trying to think of
They could dump on walls to all the people that
Please rise. Thank you all. Go ahead and have a seat. Appreciate everyone's prompt return. I'll invite the state to call its next witness.
Your Honor, prior to calling our next witness, per Your Honor's July 15th bench ruling about exhibits about foundation and the admission of all of the exhibits this morning, I am now going to play for the court the November 30th 911 call from the West residence that occurred at around 11:38 p.m.
Do you need help with the?
We will need that, Your Honor, to The state will now call Timothy Ockenbach.
Yes, Madam Clerk, if you'll place the witness under oath.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. If you'll have a seat here in the witness chair, lean into that microphone, and Madam Prosecutor will inquire.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ockenbach. Do you mind spelling your full name for the record?
Sure, it's Tim Ockenbach, TIMAUCH, AMPACH.
Where do you live, Mr. Ockenbach?
I live directly across the road from the German Best property.
Is that on Skyline Loop in Victor, Idaho?
That's correct.
How long have you lived there?
I've lived there now for 14 years.
Of those 14 years, how long did Jeremy and Kali Best live across the street from you?
12.
I'd like to ask you about the night of November 30th, 2023, just before midnight. What do you recall about that night?
I recall that I was sleeping and that I was woken up by loud voices outside.
Do you know whose voices you were hearing?
I do. I heard Jeremy's voice and Kali's voice.
Do you recall anything specific that you heard them say?
I do. I heard Kali say something to the effect of Jeremy, stop, or Jeremy, don't, you have a baby.
And when Kelly said, Jeremy, stop, or Jeremy, don't, you have a baby, what was her tone of voice, if you remember?
She was yelling, and she sounded distressed, maybe panicked.
What, if anything else, did you hear that night?
I then heard gunshots, what sounded to me like a series of 3 shots followed by 1 or 2 after that. Something to the effect of pop, 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 pop.
And after you heard those gunshots, did you hear any more voices?
I did, I heard Jeremy's voice.
Did Jeremy's voice say anything specific?
I heard him say, try calling the cops now.
When Jeremy said, try calling the cops now after the gunshots, what was his tone of voice like?
Again, it was yelling, and it sounded to me like what a taunt would sound like.
When you heard these things, what did you do?
I first, I think, took a little peek out the window, and then I immediately went downstairs, and I told Shannon what I'd heard.
And who is Shannon?
Shannon's my significant other, 25 years.
Did you do anything else?
I asked Shannon to make sure that she stayed quiet, and I told her to not turn any lights on.
Did you see anything else noteworthy that night?
After I talked to Shannon, I went back upstairs and I witnessed the black Tahoe leave the Best property.
Could you see which direction it went?
I could. It went to the exit of our neighborhood, and then from there it turned west, heading down south.
And when you say 5,000, is that 5,000 south?
That's correct.
Prior to what you heard on November 30th, 2023, had you observed any altercations between Jeremy and Kali Best?
I had maybe close to 2 months prior, I had heard a loud verbal argument outside.
Do you remember any specifics about that loud argument?
I do. I remember Jeremy threatening to smash maybe a cell phone or maybe computers. I remember Kali saying at one point, Jeremy, don't smash that, that's not been paid for yet.
Other than Jeremy's or Kali's statement about not smashing something because it wasn't paid for, do you remember any other specific statements, or was it general commotion?
No, I remember Jeremy saying something to the effect that this is all mine, that the money is mine.
No further questions.
Mr. Archibald?
So you were their neighbors, across the street neighbors for about a dozen years? Did you ever do anything socially with them?
We did not. We were friendly neighbors, but we did not have dinners or go out or anything like that.
Didn't have barbecues together or
No,
social
sir.
events like that?
No, sir.
And did you work with Jeremy on the HOA?
I did not so much work with Jeremy on the HOA. Jeremy was, at the time, paying for all the plowing and such, and then he would send a bill out to the community, and we would pay our bill between. That was the extent I had with the HOA back then.
Okay. there wasn't like an annual HOA meeting where you'd all get together and talk about it.
So,
So Jeremy would just take care of it for you and the neighbors, and then he'd let you know how much it cost for each of them.
that is correct.
Any problems with Jeremy over the dozen years over that issue?
No, over plowing and such, no.
And in the dozen years that you lived across the street, so the incident in November of '23 that we obviously know about, and then an incident of yelling 2 months prior, anything else that cause you concern about violence other than that?
There was not any other evidence
What's
of
that?
abuse. There was not any other evidence of abuse that I saw prior to that.
Okay. So as far as you observed, did Kali live there the whole time that when you moved in?
That is correct.
So she had lived there for about a decade as his girlfriend, and then they got married. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
And any concerns about her safety throughout that dozen years, other than at the end?
No, not that I have, other than that incident a couple of months prior.
If there would have been concerns about Jeremy mistreating Kali, you would have told someone, or you would have called the cops, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And so during this dozen years, did Jeremy talk to you about going off of his prescription medication?
No, Jeremy did not talk to me about experience.
Did he talk to you about trying to self-medicate his bipolar? Did he talk to you about that?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any regret?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then the court doesn't have any questions. Sir, thank you. You may step down.
State calls Robert Christensen.
All right, sir, if you'll come forward, Madam Clerk will place you under oath.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Be inquired.
Good afternoon, Deputy Christensen. Would you mind spelling your last name for the Madam Court Reporter?
Christensen, Christensen.
Where do you work and what's your position there?
I'm a patrol deputy at the Teton County Sheriff's Office now.
Were you working the night of November 30th, 2023?
Yes.
Do you remember what you did at approximately 11:41 p.m. that night?
Yes, I was called to the best residence for a 911 call.
At that time, Deputy Christensen, how long had you been a sheriff's deputy?
Approximately 1 year.
Had you been deposed at that point?
No.
When you were en route to the best residence, did you pass anyone?
I did. I passed Jeremy.
Did you realize it at the time?
No.
How did you later come to figure that out?
It was the same vehicle that I passed it, so a black Tahoe. And I got a partial plea which I gave to the detectives later. And then I learned through the neighbor that Jeremy owned the same vehicle. And then later the investigation came out.
Did you later go back and pull your dash cam?
I did.
Did you review it?
Yes.
What did you see on the dash cam?
I saw a partial plate that I got, and I turned east
east on 5,000 south. That was the same vehicle.
Where did you pass? You said east on 5,000 south. Approximately where did you pass?
It was around 1,000 east.
And at some point, did you arrive at the best residence?
I did.
And at some point after being there, did you find Kali Best?
Yes.
What did you observe? What was that moment like for you?
When I found Kali, I immediately, I called for help for medical services. And once I realized that she was deceased, I immediately began to search for Jeremy and for Zeke. I searched the shop and the residence for Zeke and Jeremy.
In relation to the structures on the property, where did you find Kali?
She was in that kind of awning connected to the shop.
Did you observe any blood?
Yes, so lots of blood.
Did you observe any wounds?
Yes, several gunshot wounds.
Did you observe anything about what she was wearing?
She was wearing like some long johns on her leggings, but no shirt.
On November 30th, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play a small portion of this body-worn camera, and I would request that the public monitor be turned off, given the graphic nature of this video.
Okay, thank you. And just some direction to the media, what Madam Clerk is suggesting, and thank you, the monitor will be turned off. I will permit you to record the response of the officer and the testimony, but as long as the monitor is turned off, then that's the court's request. You may play the video.
Monitor appears to be muted.
And did the state anticipate, having watched this before, I don't mind the audio being played. Did you wish to?
Yes.
Okay, then, Madam Clerk, maybe, how would we do the audio?
Let's just use the notes.
Okay.
Because when that's turned off, that's what it was.
Okay.
So this one, just turn off the volume. You turn off the volume on that one. Gotcha.
Oh, shit. Kali. She's up for running EMS out here right now, belly now. Gun trust aside. Kali. Kali. You wait.
Count.
I started CPR. Sound good. There's no pulse. She's gone.
No further questions for this witness.
Mr. Archibald?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You'll step down.
State calls Andrew Foster. We entered a well with demonstratives.
You may. Mr. Foster, if you'll come forward, Madam Clerk will place you under oath.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon, Detective Foster. Would you mind spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, F-O-S-T-E-R.
Where do you currently work?
I'm a detective for the Rexburg Police Department.
Where did you work before you worked in the Rexburg Police Department?
The Teton County Sheriff's Office in Briggside Hall.
How long did you work at the Teton County Sheriff's Office and what were your positions there?
I worked for the Teton County Sheriff's Office for just over 10 years. I held the position as a deputy, a detective, and a detective sergeant.
When you were a deputy, were you a patrol deputy?
Correct.
Where do you currently live generally?
Say that again.
Where do you live?
Currently in Rexburg.
Did you ever live in Teton Valley, Idaho?
Yeah, born and raised. Born and raised.
How long did you live in Teton Valley?
Up until about 2 years ago.
So approximately how long is that?
About 30, a little over 30 years.
Is it accurate that you had some involvement in an investigation of the Jeremy Best case?
That's correct.
Is it accurate that you investigated the route that the defendant took between the Victor and Hex Crossing crime scenes?
Yes.
And just to orient the judge, approximately where is the Hex Crossing crime scene located?
It's in the back country. It's southwest of Swan Valley. But it's back on Forest Service Road.
In broad strokes, what steps or what types of things did you do to investigate the routes that the defendant took?
I canvassed around for video footage in the area of Teton Valley. Once I obtained video footage, then I began driving different routes and driving through the area, trying to determine what route was taken.
Okay. Detective Detective Foster, I would like you to take a look at State Exhibit 7 already in evidence. Your Honor, may I put that up? Can you both see that okay? Is that okay? Detective Foster, do you recognize the general area depicted in State Exhibit 7?
I do.
What area is it generally?
In that map, it's most of the Victor area in Teton Valley.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions about some specific places on this map, but before we go there, I'd like to ask you a few more general questions. During your 10 years at the Teton County Sheriff's Office, did you become familiar with the law enforcement presence in the area shown in Exhibit 7?
Yes.
Are there any regular patrol locations for the Teton County Sheriff's Office shown on this map?
Patrol locations.
Yes.
There's areas on that map that I personally know a higher law enforcement presence.
So, when you say higher law enforcement presence, is that different than a patrol location?
Same thing.
Okay. What patrol location is shown here?
The city of Victor is a highly frequented area by patrol.
I am going to hand you a marker, and with the court's permission, I'd like you to mark where an officer would typically be patrolling for the city of Victor patrol location.
You may.
You can keep that marker because I'll have you mark some other things. Detective Foster, it appears that you made an X slightly above where it says Victor on the map. Is there a particular place that a deputy normally parks?
Yeah, I made a mark next to the Victor City Park on Main Street.
And why is that?
That's an area where a lot of our patrol deputies park. It's a close area to respond to other calls and also keep an eye on traffic on Main Street.
Is Highway 33 the main road going north-south through Victor?
Yes, it is.
And is that patrol location on that main road?
Yes.
Just to orient the court, when you're looking at State Exhibit 7, which way is Teton Pass and Jackson?
So Teton Pass and Jackson would be on the southeast or the bottom right corner of that map.
And conversely, which way is Pine Creek Pass and Swan Valley?
Southwest or bottom left.
In your 10 years working at the Sheriff's Office, did you become familiar with the law enforcement presence in both of those passes, Teton and Pine Creek Pass, and the valleys that they lead to?
Yes.
How does the law enforcement presence in Teton Pass and Jackson compare to Teton Valley, Idaho?
There are far more patrol deputies and officers with Jackson PD in the Jackson area, especially in the evening hours, compared to Bonneville County, which is mainly the Swan Valley area. In fact, I'm not sure if they even have patrol deputies. If they do, it's very seldom in the Swan Valley area.
Would you say that from your experience, the general population is aware of what you just described in terms of the law enforcement presence in the area?
Yes, I think most would agree with
Okay, let's go back to State Exhibit 7. What is marked with the red pin on that map?
That would be Jeremy Best's residence.
And for the record, can you please label that on the map? Your Honor, if it's okay, it might be best for the witness to
That would be
stand.
fine. Sir, if you want to remain in the diagram.
You said mark that location.
Yes. Label it, please. Okay, previously you said that when you were investigating the route the defendant took, that you canvassed for video footage, is that right?
Correct.
Did you find some video footage of the defendant?
I did.
Where's the first place that you found, directionally anyway, the first place that you found footage of the defendant?
The first location was at Summit Storage, and it's located at the intersection of 5000 South and Highway 33.
Which direction was the defendant traveling at that location, if you could tell?
Southbound.
Please draw an arrow indicating the southbound direction at that location.
Madam Clerk is just reminding me that FTR would not be picking up the witness from that location. So you're right-handed, maybe you could stand. Yes, thank you. Very good.
Did you collect or attempt to collect footage from Victor Valley Lumber?
Yes, I did.
And did their video footage show the roadway on 33?
It did.
Did you see the defendant in that footage?
I did not.
Would you draw an X at the location of Valley Lumber where he was not shown in footage? Would you please draw an X, Detective Foster? Where was the next place that the defendant was captured on footage driving?
Next to Victor Valley Market.
And can you describe in words where that is and which direction he was captured going?
Yeah, Victor Valley Market is right on Main Street near the only light intersection. And the black Tahoe is seen going north in the left turn lane and turning west on the Highway 31.
When you say the intersection, do you mean the main intersection in Victor or something different?
The only intersection with a light at this time.
Can you please draw arrows for the direction the defendant traveled to that intersection? And did you observe the defendant turn left or right, or did he go straight back north?
He turned west or left at the light on the Highway 31.
And can you please indicate that on the map? So, Detective Foster, through your investigation and these known data points where you have the defendant going south on 33, but yet north and west through the intersection, what did you conclude?
I believe that Gary West has taken an alternate route and then changed directions at some point while still in City of Victor.
Do you have a reason to believe he took a particular route?
Yes, I do.
What's your conclusion and why? Please explain it to the court.
I believe that he took that alternate route to avoid law enforcement. There's generally parks like there in Main Street or the Victor area.
To be clear, Detective Foster, what do you think that he did? Using what roads?
So I believe he took Highway 33 south from 5,000. And then I believe he took 7,000 south over to baseline. I believe he followed baseline down back to Highway 33 and then turned back and went back into the city of Victor, where he turned to the light on Highway 31.
Can you please indicate that in a dotted line on State Exhibit 7? Detective Foster? Can you please just indicate from the departure of 33, if we didn't already talk about? I'd like you to indicate your conclusion from the data points about him turning off onto the back roads.
So you're 7,000 south from Highway 33.
And just to make sure we're clear here, why do you believe that he took that route that you've depicted in the dotted line?
Because I have him on video in other locations except for Valley alone.
And taking that dotted line, would that avoid or pass patrol location at the Victor City Park?
It would avoid it.
In addition to those locations, was the defendant captured on any additional surveillance footage that would be shown on this map?
Yes.
And where is that?
Teton Valley Resort.
Can you label on the map where that is and which direction the defendant was captured driving? Your Honor, I would move to admit the marked up version of State Exhibit 7 into evidence as 7A. State 7A.
Counsel, the objection?
As demonstrative of the testimony and objection.
Okay, very good. It will be admitted then. Court recognizes this for demonstrative purposes.
Detective Foster, did you investigate the timing between the various points the defendant was captured on surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
What did you learn from such investigation?
This route that I depicted on this exhibit was within seconds of the time frame that I had from the time that he passed Deputy Christensen on 5,000 South to the point where the vehicle was found in front of the Valley Market.
Through your investigation, did you learn anything about the defendant's manner of driving?
Yes.
What did you learn?
On video, in passing, when I saw Jeremy Best pass Deputy Christensen, he appeared to be driving the speed limit. On other videos, I recall seeing him coming to a complete stop at stop signs and using a turn signal at least once.
Okay, Detective Foster, if you don't mind, could you take down Exhibit 7 and put out Exhibit 8? Detective Foster, do you recognize the area shown in State Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what is it?
Swan Valley area.
Is the Highway 31 the same, in this exhibit, the same Highway 31 that we previously looked at in State Exhibit 7?
Yes, this is where any other exhibit, this would lead to this area on Highway 31.
Did you check any surveillance cameras at the intersection in Swan Valley?
Yes.
Was the defendant captured on any of those surveillance cameras?
No.
What conclusion, if any, did you draw from that?
That the only route from the highway to get on the Highway 26 would have been the alternate route or a shortcut that a lot of people know about. It's called Trauma Road.
Is Trauma Road depicted on State Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Can you please draw a line through the length of Trauma Road and label it? What is Trauma Road like? Can you describe the nature of the road?
It's a gravel road. There are a few houses tucked in towards the south end. They have private driveways that go back in, so it's a very remote area.
Do you know whether it's maintained or unmaintained in November, December timeframe?
I believe it's shut down, but I'm not sure what amount of snow. So late fall, it's open, and early winter, it's shut down. It's not maintained for winter travel.
Is it passable after it's begun snowing?
Generally not.
Is there anything else that leads you to believe that the defendant took the Trauma Road back route rather than any other way you might have gone?
Yeah, we also pulled video footage from Alpine as well and didn't locate the vehicle there. So that to us ruled out the option or possibility of going around through Jackson, Wyoming, and around the whole back.
And so in sum, is there any other way to get to Kep's Crossing?
I don't believe so.
No further questions.
Mr. Archibald, any cross?
Your Honor, with apologies, I would move to admit the marked up version of State Exhibit 8.
Same comments, Mr. Archibald?
Yeah.
Very well. Then it will be admitted for demonstrative purposes.
So, can the detective put back Exhibit 7?
Thank you.
Sorry. On Exhibit 7, where is it that Deputy Christensen passed the car about to be driven by Jeremy Best?
I recall it close to 1,000 east off of 5,000 south.
So that's in between what's marked as the red dot and the circle of Fox Creek?
It is in between that location, yes.
So, policeman was driving towards Jeremy Best's home, and he believes Jeremy Best's car passed him.
Yes.
Is that right? And that would have been on that road between the red dot and Fox Creek.
Yes.
And so, did Officer Christensen have on his flashing lights?
I don't recall.
When you officers are called to to go investigate a domestic, do you turn your lights, your flashing lights on, or leave them off?
I think that's situational. I can't say that every time lights would be on or off responding to the domestic.
So, were you working this night?
I was not.
Okay. So, you weren't parked down at the Victor Park watching for traffic on that night?
I was not on patrol, but I was also not in the area, correct?
And you know, if there was an officer parked at the Victor Park watching for traffic on November 30th, 2023, around midnight?
I don't know that.
So, where did Deputy Christensen come from to pass what he believed is Jeremy Best? Did he come from Driggs or from Victor?
In the dash cam, I recall him turning. I don't remember where the dash cam turned on, but I recall him turning onto Fox Creek, and I don't recall where he was responding from.
Okay. And so, it wasn't, or was it an all points bulletin search for Jeremy Best at that time? It was a 911 call at Jeremy Best house. Go check it out.
I recall it as a 911 hangar. Any details? Like I said, I wasn't on call and I wasn't working at the time.
Okay. And so, when you're asked to investigate which way did he travel, I guess my question is, why does it matter?
Can you restate the question?
Why does it matter which road he took?
So I think it shows a lot of what's going on at that point in his mind, where he's driving to, and if he's trying to steer clear of law enforcement.
So that's why you were asked to try to figure out his route, is trying to figure out what a crazy guy's thinking?
I'm looking for alternate routes so that I can make sure and see if there's any other alternate crime scenes I need to locate.
And so you, on your alternate routes, you checked out everyone's home ring cam or to see if they was coming and going?
Yeah, I made a lot of contacts in that investigation.
And so your dotted line represents people that did not have a ring doorbell cam and saw a car right away.
My dotted line represents the route I believe he took based on the time lapse of leaving the scene and where I have him on video in separate locations.
Okay. So, and then Officer Christensen, when he found the body a few minutes later, we heard him radio into the dispatch that there was a deceased person out there. Is that right?
I believe that's right.
And so at that time, would all officers in Teton County be heading that way with the lights on?
Those that are available would be.
Is that normal procedure? A fellow officer just reports a dead body, I better go help.
I believe so, yes.
And so, were there any other officers in Victor, Idaho that night other than Deputy Christensen? Would there be any flashing lights to avoid? I guess my question.
I don't recall the log of the deputies that were on that night and where they were at exactly at what times. So I didn't know if I could answer that question.
Okay. So you don't know if the car took a certain route to avoid police lights coming, or if it took a certain route because of some other reason. You don't know that.
I have evidence of the direction I believe he went.
Okay. But when you say, I think he went this way, you don't know the reason why.
Are you asking me what I believe he was thinking and why he went that direction?
Well, I guess that was your point. I think he went this way to avoid law enforcement. But if there were no other cop cars with their lights on, why turn off the road to avoid law enforcement?
Because I believe the general community knows that law enforcement parks in that area often.
But with a 911 hang-up and a call that I just found a dead body, there's no way a cop car would still be sitting at the Victor City Park. It would have its lights on and be heading there, right?
It's possible there could be deputies working traffic grants. We could have additional units on. If that was the case, they generally do not respond to other calls of service because they're primarily working traffic grants.
Wait a second. You're saying that if a policeman at Victor City Park is monitoring traffic at midnight, he would not respond to a call of a dead body on Skyline Loop?
I'm saying that he likely wouldn't be the first to respond to a call like that because that's not where he's working at night. Depending on what additional units were needed, then that's possible.
All right. Thanks, officer.
No further questions.
And I have none. So, sir, thank you. You may step down. The state will call its next witness.
State calls Michael Cox.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. Of course, permission, this is kind of media heavy, can I come in here and see? Sure. All right, Detective, why don't you tell us where you work and what your assignment is?
Yeah, I'm Detective Michael Cox. I work for the Idaho State Police out of the District 6 Idaho Falls office, and I'm assigned to our investigations.
So for members of the media, I think there was an agreement that there would be pictures taken of this particular witness. The members of the media were consulted with and they agreed that they would take pictures. Would not. All right. And can you tell us a little bit about your training this week?
Yeah, I was hired by the Idaho State Police in 2001. I attended Post Academy, the Idaho Post Academy that year. And soon after graduating that, I attended the Idaho State Police Advanced Training class. And then became a patrol officer for the state police. Since then, I've taken classes on crimes investigations, narcotics investigations, and just general crimes investigations over my career.
All right. Were you called to respond to the scene here in Victor on November 30th of homicide, potential homicide?
Yeah, I received notice on December 1st, early morning hours, and yes, I did respond to victory that day.
And is that something that's common for the Iowa State Police to do homicide investigations like this?
Yes, we have to get called to either assist or to take lead on them.
All right. Go ahead and get. So we can have this shown on both screens. Working rehearsal. Let me try it. We have our IT.
I don't think he's here.
Let's try that. It looks like yes, and then it doesn't. Are you able to check the source? other issues? Okay, no problem. All right. Think about how you look at this here. And this is off the main PowerPoint. So, that's a good point. So, can you describe for the board what we're looking at there?
This is a Google image, Google Maps, I believe, of the neighborhood, the area of 4600 Skylar Road, which is where the crime scene was that we responded to.
I'm going to get a little closer. But can you kind of describe the buildings that are there?
Yeah, so there was a large shop starting on the north side of the property. I'll describe it in that route. There was a large shop towards the north, and then close to it was a residence, a house. And then there were several vehicles around the yard, and further south on the property was another shop or garage.
And that's all contained in that yellow circle?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, you recognize that?
I do.
And can you describe what we're looking at there?
So this is a drone picture taken of the residence. The shop I was talking about on the north side is the one on the left. They're labeled shop. The residence or the house is just next to it to the right. And then that other garage or shop is on the right side. And then the various vehicles and stuff that was in the yard at the time.
And when was this taken?
This was taken on December 1st.
Okay.
In the morning, soon after it got light. I don't remember the exact time.
Has this been changed from the night before? Has the scene changed from the night before?
From our first arrival?
From Officer Deputy Christensen's first arrival?
It would, in the sense of just like our tent and the scene picture.
That's that white.
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the house, I guess I'm looking at that yellow, is that a van perhaps?
Okay.
Some kind of van?
Yep.
Can you tell us about what that object is on the side of the house?
In front of the van?
Yes.
That would be, I believe, the power box where power entered the house.
Okay. We'll switch over. This is the exhibit for you. What was notable about the power?
As we read, I've seen it was very early morning hours, so it was still dark, and we noticed everything was dark. There was no lights on or anything. And we began looking at, I remember we located the power box on the side of the house, and when we approached it with a flashlight, all the circuits were switched off.
All right. And I'm going to concentrate on the house for just a second. Exhibit 3. You recognize this?
Yeah, those are my handwriting, my scene notes.
Go down just a bit here. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's a not to scale diagram that I drew of the residence.
Okay, let's walk through the residence then. Let's start with that door that's on next to the power there. As you walk in, you come into what part?
That would be so on the bottom left, correct, labeled side door. That would be that door that's next to that power meter on the outside.
And then if you walk in, you've got something labeled there as the laundry?
Yeah, you walk into maybe a mudroom. There's a washing machine there. I just labeled it as a laundry room.
Okay, and what did you find anything there?
There was a cell phone that was found laying in the hallway there, and it had been.
We'll come back to that, all right? And then take us in further. Where do you go after you exit
passing straight, as if you're walking straight up, you come through a doorway into the kitchen area. There was a kitchen table, which is in the center there, and then there's a counter, and that was just kind of the kitchen area of the house.
And then over to the right?
To the right was more of a living room. There's a wood stove on that far wall on the upper right side of that drawing. There were some couches in there, which I didn't sketch in.
And then you took some pictures of some items. We'll look at those pictures, but tell us, but generally speaking, what did you find on the table?
On the table, most significantly, I guess, we found a black revolver.
And anything on the counter?
On the counter was a cell phone.
And was that damaged?
No.
And then in the living room?
In the living room, in the wood stove was found a cordless phone, but like a home phone, not necessarily a cell phone, but a cordless phone.
Did you find anything of note in the master bedroom?
The master bedroom had a gun safe with several guns in it, and the bed, of course, and the closet, but there was several guns located in there as well.
All right, let's move on to 5-6. 5-6. Okay, what are we looking at there?
So this is the table and the kitchen area.
Okay, and you said there was something noteworthy on the table?
Yeah, it would be in this picture on the far left corner of the table would be where we located the revolver.
And what do we see there?
It is a closer picture of the revolver located on the kitchen table.
Have we seen that?
That is the same revolver, manipulated at an angle to look into the cylinder and the barrel.
And what did you see when you looked in there?
We noticed that the shell casings in there had been expended or shot.
Any bullets that had not been fired?
No.
Also, what we're seeing there.
Those are some kitchen knives that were located in the can. The detectives using the firewood poker to kind of lift the object that's kind of center of the door a little bit left is the phone that we located in the wood stove.
What's that?
That is the phone that was located in the wood stove once we extracted it from the stove.
Maybe an obvious question, but is it operable?
I don't believe so. I didn't try to make a call, but I don't.
All right. What did you find on this counter?
And then on this counter was another cell phone located on the left side of the counter in what was to be an orange case. Also a kitchen knife and
And what's going to be the vote condition of that?
it seemed to be fine.
All right. So what are we looking at here?
So this is looking from that initial entry into the house. The door we spoke of, it was from the outside into the mudroom or laundry room.
And what is noting this room?
On the floor, on the right-hand side, just this side of that half door that you see, is a black object on the floor, and that's a cell phone.
Okay. I'm going to have you guide me with this little cursor there.
We're getting close, yeah, right there.
Is that the object?
That is it, yes.
Can you describe that for the court?
It's a cell phone, a smartphone, and basically that almost in half, which was crushed the screen.
Did you do some investigation into which cell phone they belonged to?
Yeah, I remember an FBI agent was on scene and he was working with one of the cell phone was found on the kitchen counter, and they believed that belonged to Jeremy Bass.
The one that was not there?
Correct.
And the one that is damaged?
They believe that may have been Kali's cell phone.
All right. What's this a picture of?
Those are small shards of glass that were found on the counter.
And were they related to something?
We believe they were related to that crushed cell phone that was on the photo that we just looked at.
And was the damage to the cell phone consistent with that edge of that cover?
Yes.
And what's that a picture of?
This is a picture of the safe that was located in the master bedroom.
And do you know whether that was open or closed?
It was open.
All right, let me go back to exhibit 4. So we see for you, for B. Okay. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
This is from the driveway area looking towards the shop and the residence, which is on the right in front of that yellow van.
Okay. All right, now, what are we looking at?
This is just a closer up picture. This is the house that door that goes into the laundry room, yellow van, which would be blocking that power here on the side of the residence.
Okay. Come out this door, go around that silver truck or white truck.
Yes, to the left of that truck out of the picture would be the shop.
All right, this time if we can turn up the other monitor, please. this one on the far left is just for reference, but, And so let's start with the middle picture there. Tell us what we're seeing.
So the middle picture is looking into, there was an overhang on the south side of that shop where the man door was. The man door was just inside that little overhang. There was firewood stacked in there. And this is what we weren't seeing in that other picture to the left of it.
That silver cutout. And what's this right here?
That is a pile of clothing.
Okay. And then this is a closer.
Yeah, that's a closer picture of it. It was a t-shirt and a hoodie.
That accurate depiction of where this clothing was found?
Yes, sir.
So that's an accurate depiction of where the clothing was found?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, for the next three, we can turn that back on.
This is a closer picture in our evidence tent number 2 there by this t-shirt and hoodie that we found on the left, and then on the right where we started to separate them and spread them out.
Okay. Can you describe anything that's distinctive on the black hoodie there?
If you look closely towards the center upper back of that hoodie, as I spread them out and began to examine them closer, the material was bunched up there, a little wrinkled, and actually slightly discolored. It looked to me like where maybe somebody like grabbed a handful of clothing.
Person in the right spot?
I don't see the cursor. All right. I could get up and point
Yeah,
to it if you
want
like.
to point to that. Yeah, mother.
So it'd be right in this area. Sorry. You guys see okay? Right in this area, right here is right next to that bunch, and kind of that discoloration a little bit lighter coloring.
Tell us about this.
This is the t-shirt. As we unfolded it, I noticed in the bottom part of that t-shirt a clump of hair. The right side picture is a close-up of that clump of hair that was found inside that t-shirt.
Consistent
Consistent with Kali's hair color.
describe what that is.
That's the same t-shirt and hoodie. In this picture, the hoodie was just flipped to the front side of it.
What was the approximate distance between the hoodie and the t-shirt and the colors?
Approximately 10, 12 feet.
And in relation to that graph Archie showed, what are we looking at here?
This is the front side of the hoodie, so the grab mark was on the back side of it.
Parallel. And you got the screen, the other screen taken down. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead with that. And then what are we seeing in these two?
This is the back side of that hoodie again. Just some closer up picture on the right, some measuring devices there.
You can cut the other part. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is getting closer to the covered portion there near the main door entrance to the shop, on the south end of the shop. This is a little entrance area where there's the firewood and then cooking grills stored there.
And now, is this the condition that she was found in when Deputy Christensen first arrived?
To my knowledge, no.
She was moved prior to this pictures being taken.
Yes, this is how she was found when I arrived.
something distinctive about these marks here?
Yeah, the blood marks on the face indicate that that's not where the face was originally. Possibly it was face down.
And then tell me how we're moving through that scene.
Okay, on the left side picture, that's entering that covered firewood area, and now you can see the man door entrance into the shop. And then this picture on the right was actually taken from the shop looking back out into that covered firewood area.
Okay. And in this area, what do we see?
The picture on the left is, once again, just inside the shop looking out. You can see the door in the upper part of the picture. There's a desk on the right side of that picture with a swivel chair there, and we found some drops of blood just inside there.
And then, was there a phone located in the shop?
I believe there's a phone located on the desk.
Okay. Was there evidence of violence out there in the wood shop? Where the wood pile was, I should call it?
Yes, with the body and the blood spatter out there. That's what we're seeing on the left picture on the ground is blood, and then even up onto the wall above that grill handle looking thing you can see on the middle wall. And then the next picture on the right shows some on top of the barbecue grill.
What do these depict here?
These are just looking at the same wall, just further up, and a close-up. There's a power meter on that wall, not to be confused with the one in the house. This is on the shop. We're talking in that firewood enclosed area. So that's a close-up of the power meter. There's some blood spots on it, and then the right picture shows more blood spots on the wall.
And what was this item, this green egg looking thing?
Yes, I think that's called a green egg. It's a smoker or a grill. It was also located in that same covered area with the firewood, and the top of it is the picture on the left with blood on it, and then the right picture is more of an overall picture of that green egg, and that's blood that you see on the face of it.
Okay. And then this area too?
Same area, just looking towards the firewood. This is once again maybe as a perspective from standing in the doorway looking out. You can see near Kali's hand, the garbage can looking thing has blood on it, and the shovels there, and the jugs. And then the right picture is just a closer up picture of kind of that same, some of those drugs in that area.
What do we got a picture of here?
On the left, once again, the perspective is looking from the man door looking out towards the wood pile. And of course, Kali at the bottom part of that picture. And then on the right is the trajectory rod that we use, which helps us establish maybe the path of the bullet. And we've located a bullet in that wood pile indicated by the yellow circle in the right picture. And that pink rod is an indication of approximate trajectory of that bullet.
Okay. And in following that rod, where would the shooter have been stuck?
And that's the picture on the left kind of depicts maybe where it possibly came from. So possibly near that doorway towards the wood pile.
Where would the person fire in that kind of in relation to the shot?
I would be really close to that doorway, looking towards the wood pile. So facing the wood pile.
Put up just the Google Maps. It's on the internet right now. It's for demonstrative purposes. And for the purpose of kind of relating where everything is. So, that's Driggs is outlined up there. And then you got called to another scene a couple days later.
The next day, yes.
And where was that?
That was in Bonneville County, along Kep's Crossing Road, which would be south and west of the Teton Valley area.
All right, so we got a victor, we crossed through these mountains. Take that highway down and it comes to Swan Valley?
Correct, yes.
And then if you were to follow 26 over to Idaho Falls, then how would you get to Kep's Crossing?
At Fall Creek, on Highway 26.
Well, I have to point to that.
Along Swan Valley, along Highway 26 towards Idaho Falls. It will cross the Snake River, and
Hang on just a second. Can we have that turned back on? That'd be easier for councils.
yeah, there'd be up there. Okay. Coming out of Swan Valley, following Highway 26 towards Idaho Falls, runs along the river and then crosses it at a bridge. And at that bridge is a road that would take you up to Fall Creek.
All right. And then does that road then go further into the mountains?
Yeah, if you take that river road, you would come up it a little ways and you'd actually hit Fall Creek Road, which would take you up Fall Creek Canyon and up towards Skyline Ridge Road, which eventually ends up with Kep's Crossing Road.
Describe what kind of roads we're talking about.
These are dirt roads, lots of camping and four-wheeling, ATV.
The day that you were there, that's December 2nd?
Yeah, so they were snowy.
Okay. And you can move this over a little bit. Show us, I don't think you even got that. So, show us just where Idaho Falls and Hammond Street.
So, right up in this area.
Bone.
Yeah, kind of up into here.
And tell us where Kep's Crossing.
And Kep's Crossing, I mean, we're in the center, Driver Reservoir, and Kep's Crossing.
Sorry, can't hear him.
Sorry.
Can't hear you.
Sorry.
So I got Kep's, you just started to say Kep's Crossing there.
Yeah, Kep's Crossing would be just kind of to the right or east and south of Braggart Reservoir, which is kind of indicated up there on the left, top left. So that general area.
How many miles from Victor?
You're asking a lot. I would guess 25, 30.
what's out there?
It's mostly just BLM ground. Trees, sagebrush, some creeks, outdoor activities.
Much to do in the winter?
Snowmobile, I guess, depending on the snow. Some winter hunting activities, but it's definitely the backcountry areas of Palmer County.
Okay, 014. Just a second. You recognize that?
And yes,
That's what we're looking at.
that is along that Kep's Crossing Road. You see a yellow police line. There's a cone on top of a T-post, metal fence post. And if you follow that line towards the top of the screen, that's a black Tahoe that is kind of outlined in the snow about right of center towards the top of the screen.
How far off the road is that?
It's approximately 300-400 feet off the road.
Yeah, so we got a two-dimensional photo here. Can you kind of let us know what the topography is there?
Yeah,
Is
so
it flat like that?
no, it's kind of hard to see from where from the bottom of the screen towards that Tahoe would be downhill. So Tahoe is kind of, the road is up at a higher elevation. The Tahoe is off the road down this area of the yellow tape, and there's a creek that runs along the brush you can see towards the top of the screen. So it's a downhill orientation to the creek, and then past the creek it goes back uphill.
That's what we're looking at there.
Well, that's the Tahoe in the center of the screen. This is taken from the road, so it shows a little bit better that it's kind of downhill towards that Tahoe. Just beyond the Tahoe is the creek, and there was a little shack or old house. You can kind of see its roof line just beyond the Tahoe and to the left. That's a closer up picture of the Tahoe.
Now, do you know why that window doesn't have snow on it?
I did.
Do you know why that rear passenger side window doesn't have snow on it?
Yes. It was opened by responding Bonneville County deputies after Mr. Best was located. They responded to the Tahoe and opened that door.
Describe this to us.
This is looking at the Tahoe from the driver's side. The previous picture, of course, was from the passenger side. Observe that the rearmost window was broken out of it. And then off to the right, or it is kind of that uphill slope that would be the main Kep's Crossing Road.
What's the condition of the vehicle right here?
It had damage all along that driver's side. I noted that the driver's side mirror was not there. It had fairly extensive body damage to the front fender and looked like something that scraped along both doors. So it had pretty decent damage down that side of the vehicle.
Did investigators look to try to find out the location of that accident?
We did. We drove that Fall Creek Road from Swan Valley to this location a couple different times with different conditions. See if we could find where that mirror might be. It was a fender, a black fender flare that we thought we might locate, but we were not able to locate that mirror.
Does it look like that occurred at Kep's Crossing?
Some of the damage could have, as it came off the hill and down the grade, it stayed on its wheels, but there were large rocks. There were not necessarily trees, but large bushes that could have caused some of the damage. We found bark, some kind of woody bark or something stuck into the vehicle, which indicated to me that maybe a tree. It could have done some of that damage, but I don't know if there was enough large objects to do that extensive damage.
Okay, and Judge, this time we can have the public. Now, that vehicle's position in relation to roadway, can you describe the nature of the roadway? No, what it was made, but the curves, straight places.
Yeah, as we believe the vehicle was traveling from, we'll say, Swan Valley towards Idaho Falls on that road. Where it left the roadway, there was a right bending curve in the road. Like you said, it is a dirt road. At the time, there was snow on it, and so there's a right bending curve, and it appeared to leave the left side of the road. And upon leaving the road, it's a pretty sharp down grade, and so as the left wheels went off, it would have just pulled that vehicle off, and it went down a downgrade through brush over rocks, some decent sized rocks at times. That cone was on a fence post. There was an old barbed wire fence that it passed through, and then the topography levels out a little bit, and it was stopped more on a flat area down by that creek.
Can you have the public display
Off.
off, please? Okay. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This is inside the passenger side second door, the one that was shown in the previous picture that did not have snow on the window. Once this door was open, this is looking into the second row of this topple from the right side or passenger side.
Point to some objects and have you just identify.
Okay. A kitchen knife.
And was that the same kind of knife that you saw in the kitchen of the desk?
It looked like very close to like it was part of that set, yes.
This white furry object here,
That is a dog.
what was the condition of the dog?
It was deceased.
How?
It had a large gash into its throat area.
And this right here?
That's Zeke. That's a child.
What was the condition of Zeke?
Zeke was deceased as well.
What was the nature of serious injury?
Laceration to the throat.
All right, and this is you moving further into the,
Yeah, this is just getting a little closer into that same door at the top of it.
and then tell us the orientation of the dog.
So the dog is, that's the hind end of the dog is oriented from, that's his back, and then the head and neck of the dog is towards the driver's side of the back of the vehicle. So this picture towards the left.
We're getting some flashes on the other screen. I'm wondering if there's wait, and I can unplug it. Can we just turn it off? Or disconnect it?
Would the disconnect affect the ability to reconnect? Is that more, how about just turning that as well? Rather than disconnecting it, just in case.
That's a question.
True.
Start facing.
The court noted that that was flashing too when it was on. Were you referring to the D10 flash down here?
So when we're plugging in to show a new picture, then the brief pops up on that screen.
Counsel, as for the presentation, maybe you could orient your monitor and the court looks over the shoulder of the witness. And again, I've reviewed these photographs.
And so orient us to where these objects are. So we'll start here.
Yeah, so this is the dog head towards the back of the vehicle, lying on its left side. This picture is taken from the second door on the driver's side of the vehicle, looking towards the other door where the previous pictures were taken from.
All right. This snow here, is that on the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
So was it potentially it came in through that broken window?
Through that broken window. Well, while we were on scene, it snowed significantly that day.
All right. And can you describe what's on this particular knife?
Yes, this is the knife that was found inside that second door on the passenger side. It had blood matted in it and white hair matted in it, right up next to the hilt of the handle there.
Can you describe about the condition of the knife other than the blood in the hair was there, anything else going
As I looked closer at it, as we recovered it as evidence, I noticed the blade was bent. So like holding the handle, the blade was bent off to the side, whereas normally it would be straight with the handle.
on? All right, and then this photograph,
This is once the dog and the child were removed. This is where the dog was lying. This is once again looking from the driver's side second door into that second seat area.
all right, and this area right here, so in blood stain analysis, is that a name? Would that be considered a void?
Oh, right, yeah, there's no blood in that area right there.
And what is a void usually?
A lack of something in that area that happened in other areas nearby.
And then where was this?
This is the driver's seat, the backrest and the right armrest and the center console. So this is looking at the front seats at the top.
And thankfully, I think if you all the this one. So there was the defendant was found in a sleeping bag by the hunter. Is that what you understand?
That's my understanding.
And were you able to look at that sleeping bag?
I did not get a good look at the sleeping bag prior to it being packed.
Oh, right. And now, how many of these investigations have you been involved in?
Homicide?
Yeah. Or death investigation?
Death investigations probably 10, 12.
And how many years of law enforcement?
24.
And how many fatalities?
I did 15 years as a trooper on the road, so I dealt with several vehicle fatalities, if that's what you're asking. And so with those types of death investigations, there's quite a few, yeah. I just think it was my first answer that over the span of my career, several death-related investigations, I guess.
And has this had the same impact as a death investigation you experienced in the past?
It was definitely impactful, the age of the victims and the victim and well, all victims, and yeah, I mean, it was kind of a tough scene to work, I guess, for when comparing with other scenes that I've had to be involved with.
How did it affect you?
I mean, you think about it, you know, I have kids too, and it's just, you know, a helpless child, you know, I thought of it on that side. It's sad, it's a very sad, very tragic case that unfortunately we had to deal with.
That's all the questions I have. And Judge, did you want to ask a question you might have first before we cross? You didn't have to.
No questions. Mr. Randall? Okay, thank you, sir. Let me step down.
Thank you, Chair.
We can take a break now, or we can take a break after 15 minutes. Do you have a preference?
Well, we start this one, this is our last one, we're second to last one, it'll take a bit.
Okay. Council, you okay with the break? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute recess, and let's allow the marshals to take their rest.
Sit there. Yep.
Guys doing okay?
Need to work on the comfort on these things.
Yeah, okay, I'll get right on it.
Really remember
Bring a
on these.
pillow tomorrow. That's probably the last of them. They just had stigma on it.
always say that. Whether it's
What am I
true or
supposed to
not.
say?
Except when you did And it's so funny because then it's really, I said, he's in red. No, you're doing it. I don't think they knew that. Yeah, I don't think it's very good at doing something like that for your position. That's why it's a yellow ball. Yeah. Asking blood for advice. I'm not sure it's ask God, God ask Greg too, but Greg's not answering. Well, maybe he is. Maybe he is sitting here.
Where should we go with that? Well, put the pinky out and go.
Alan's a mystery man. Serious.
Is this the one, the new one they asked?
That's the one.
The judge said it might be over 2 days, they might just finish this and then the defense tomorrow. That's what I was hoping.
And what, 2 more people? I think you only have 2 more.
Oh, really? 2 more witnesses? Because it started with like 30 witnesses. And
think
Jim
they
said,
told
we will acknowledge this and this and this and this and this, and there's no point in acknowledges everyone. That's what it was. I'm gonna know how to knit. I sit here much longer. You go 2 and then keep still them. I did teach you because I'm just her. No, a couple times. Who's my transfer from school? My sister Cookie chose to go back. My sister crochets and she crochets like a knit. Constantly. I don't do anything. I purchase things. Are you going to you have to show her that is the most beautiful. It's felt and it's brown and gold and horses fabric and long horses on it. And gold light for the it's like and that's Thank you. Are you testifying tomorrow?
Sure they can.
You guys take care of each other.
Keep the finger pointing and yellow to a minimum.
Oh, so they're coming back already.
Colin, you gotta make sure you bring it down.
They said they're going to try to finish it today.
Please rise. Thank you all. Go ahead and have a seat. State will call its next witness.
Ken Martin.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, my first name is Kenneth, last name Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N.
And what do you do for a living?
Presently, I'm employed as a forensic analyst with Double Down Associates out of Oklahoma. I also teach a course over at Boston University School of Medicine, bloodstain pattern analysis. I'm also an adjunct instructor with Oklahoma State University, where I teach bloodstain pattern analysis.
I hope I'm not giving away anything here, but you're not from around here, are you?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm from Boston, sir.
All right. How long have you been doing this kind of thing?
I was with the Massachusetts State Police for approximately 33 years. After the Massachusetts State Police, in 2013, I was with the New York City Police Department for 2 years, where I was the quality assurance manager the first quality assurance manual in the written print section. The Bevel Gardner Associates, I've been with them since 2007, and with Boston University, with Boston University 2007, Bevel Gardner Associates 2009.
Have you been certified as an expert?
Yes, sir.
And how many courts have you?
Well, I believe in every county in Massachusetts, maybe 12 out of 13 counties. And I've been qualified in the states of Vermont, Iowa, South Dakota, and New York. Oh, excuse me, Florida as well.
Okay. And let's just ask you, in this case, the case involving Kali, Zeke, and Freya.
Yes, sir.
Yes. When did you first become involved in this case?
If you just give me 1 minute, I'll give you the date. I was first contacted on December 2nd of 2023.
All right. And how soon after the crime occurred was that?
Shortly thereafter.
Okay. And did you travel to Victor?
Yes, sir, I did.
When did you arrive there? I see you using some notes. You just refreshing your recollection.
Yes, sir, if I may. I believe it was December 7th and 8th of 2023.
All right. And so where did you go?
Well, initially, that first morning I was there, we went to the Idaho State Police Regional barracks and troop headquarters. The vehicle was there, the SUV was there. Then the following morning, we went over to Teton to the office of the prosecutor's office, where I met with the coroner and actually viewed the bodies of Kali and Zeke.
Did you go anywhere else?
So after that, after viewing the bodies, we went out to the scene.
And the scene here in Victor?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene in Cash Crossing?
No, sir. I looked at the photos from Cash Crossing, but they didn't go out there.
And have the vehicle been moved prior to
Yes, sir. It was at the Maggie station.
All right. And what else did you look at as part of it?
Oh, in addition to going to the scene, I ended up receiving all the materials regarding the investigation. So that would entail all of the photographs, all of the videos, first officer videos, any and all the reports, to include laboratory reports, autopsy reports, various interviews. In essence, everything that had been generated up until the point that I had received the materials.
And tell us your experience with medical exams.
Sure. With the Massachusetts State Police, essentially, the county sheriff, it's really the city and town of Massachusetts State Police. Pretty much the counties are care and custody of detainees. So we, the Massachusetts State Police, have what's called full statewide jurisdiction. And basically, we conduct all investigations statewide. So the various district attorneys, we call them district attorneys here, I believe they call them prosecutors. In fact, that's where I started out after a year and a half on the road. I went to the district attorney's office called Bristol District. That's where I started investigating homicides. The district attorney has jurisdictions over any type of death, whether it be traffic accident, unattended deaths, suicides, homicides. Likewise, they're responsible for the investigation of those types of crimes. So I was, again, assigned to that office. 392. So 9 years later, I ended up going to rededicate what we call crime scene services section. Essentially, we cover all the crimes throughout the state, all of the homicides, except for the city of Boston and the city of Worcester. Basically, state police, we do all the scene investigations as well as the investigations for the prosecutor and as well as the Attorney General's office.
And specifically as to autopsies?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. So part of our duties, we do all the forensic services, provide all the forensic services for the medical exam. So that entails photographing all autopsies, recovering, say, fingerprints to identify potential victims, Not only that, but processing of victims for trace evidence, it's called. So when you have a victim come in from a homicide, there's a possibility of having what's called trace evidence, hairs and fibers of blood on the victim, maybe from a suspect. So we would do all that recovery, not only that, but also attempt to lift latent prints from bodies, because it is possible, and it has happened in the past, where it's very rare when you could develop a latent print on the body. One of the other things that I was responsible for as a supervisor was Boston with the medical examiner's office. We have various universities there, training hospitals. So as residents would come through, I would be responsible for training them in the processing of crime scenes as well as bloodstain evidence and what it entailed as they got ready for their boards.
All right. How many autopsies have you been involved?
I started going to autopsies in 1983, and all of the autopsies, as I said before, were conducted by the medical examiner. So we were responsible to go to the autopsy. Even as an investigator, we had to go to, likewise, working with crime scene services, we would provide all the services, so I can say I've been to hundreds of autopsies over the years, at least hundreds.
How many reports have you, autopsy reports have you?
Well, not only if I reviewed, but also we were responsible for writing a report relative to our actions when it, our part of the autopsy. I would say, conservatively, that's it. I'm certainly more than that.
All right. Let's begin with your analysis of the victim, Kali Randall.
Exhibit 13, we're starting with
H01 and H02. Okay, tell us what we're looking at there.
Sure, we're looking at Kali's right hand, and the purpose of the photo is again to identify any potential blood level sources or locations. In this particular case here, we have a laceration to the knuckles of the right hand.
And any other injuries?
Well, the injuries, we can see that it looks like there's some bruising as well as some dirt on the back of the hand as well, likewise over in the thumb area. In the thumb area here, you can see the dirt on the thumb, and this is what I was talking about in this area here. You can see the dirt, this is the lacerated area. You can see the dried blood here. So again, this would be one of the bloodletting locations here on where potentially at the scene we would be looking for evidence of blood from this location.
Sir, may I have to slow down just a little bit for Madam Reporter?
I'm sorry. Yes.
And smaller like that. Let's look at that.
This is just another view showing the extent across the hand where the laceration is here. And you can actually see some blood here that was flowing down the little finger side, the hypothalamus side of the palm. Dried blood there, giving an indication that certainly there's been a sufficient amount of blood to have been dripping at some point.
And do you have any opinion as to the source of that injury?
It could be any number of things, but again, it's described by the medical examiner when you have a laceration, so it could be some type of blood force coming in contact with the surface, coming in contact with the surface, likewise having some item contact that area of the hand. So two mechanisms, one by this type of thing, incurring an injury this way, or in this fashion here, where the actual hand incurs something, whether it be a strike or whatever.
Were you able to correlate this with anything at the scene?
Yes, sir. And so there was a sweatshirt and t-shirt that was recovered at the scene, and basically that was located in between the house and the garage. In that sweatshirt was a t-shirt as well, and along with some hair, Kali's hair. And what we had on the, and this happens to be the right hand with some blood, later on at the lab, because again, the evidence goes to the lab where they do an examination of the evidence, and on the hood, there was, excuse me, a hooded sweatshirt in the area of that hood. There was also some blood to or transferred to the hood, so it corresponds with, at some particular point, that blood on the hood could have been from the right hand, because the hand is up by the hood area.
All right. And does it correlate with anything in this picture?
Sure, in this particular photograph here, what we're looking at is, this is Kali, as she was later discovered. First officer had already, excuse me, this is from the first officer camera. And what we see here is if we look down, she has a pair of long johns, the white insulated pants here, and we can see these drip stains which are running down, and we can see as they curve around. If one is standing up and I have this dripping going on from that knuckle area, that certainly could have been the source, because we're looking for the source of the various patterns. This could be the source of those drips along that right thigh area.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph, again, taken from the scene. And in this particular photograph, Kali has been placed on her back, and they actually cut open the long johns with these insulated pants here. And what we can see is we can see an abrasion here on that right thigh. And if you notice, it's above the knee as opposed to below the knee. Likewise here, if we look at the left leg, and again, above the knee, we can see the abrasion here. Not only that, but we can see the striation, so there's some indication of movement, vertical movement here, and we can see it right here. And again, this, as we have with the right, is above the knee. So again, indicating that if I were on my knees, it would be the area below the knees, in this area here, and in the area here, that one would anticipate these abrasion here and this here. But the fact that we have them up here, again, certainly could have been caused by someone being pulled along the ground or in contact with some type of surface. Not only that, but to correspond with that, we would expect that if in fact this is a blood source, then we should correlate or correspondingly see some blood. We can see some blood here, which if we put that back would be in this area. And likewise, we can see some blood in this area here. This would not be bleeding much at all, but we can see here where we have this correspondence between the long underwear here and that abraded area.
What would cause that?
Again, we have some linear, and again, the linear is going vertical up and down the leg. So certainly one must entertain if I were being pulled along the ground or some type of surface, because again, it's a fairly large abrasion here in this area.
Any of these have to do with the gunshots?
The gunshots? No, sir.
These injuries didn't have weren't in any way created by the gunshots?
Oh, no, sir.
Let's also talk about, would those be consistent with her falling after the injuries?
Well, again, if one were falling, again, I guess it would be possible, but the likelihood of abrading that area above the knee, if I were to fall on my knee, I would anticipate that the injury would be below the kneecap in that area. So again, I guess someone could fall, but again, what we're looking for is what is most likely. So I would think that a fall would do that. That would have resulted from some type of action to cause that portion of the leg to come in contact with the surface that would create that type of abraded area.
Same with the hands?
Yes, sir. So, sorry about that. Well, I think what we have here is, this is the entranceway from the outdoor area into the garage. You can see the door here, door hinges here. What I've done, if you notice, there are some circles and ellipses. I also have a green rectangle here. And the reason why I took a rectangle, that appears to be a partial footwear impression. So a footwear impression is when I have something such as a shoe on my foot, in this particular case, it gets contaminated with blood and it steps on, in this case, that cement shop floor, you get a portion of that impression transferred to the floor. Unlike Kali was barefoot, so that would be a barefoot impression. This happens to be what it looks like, a footwear impression. Now, in this area here, if you notice, one of the things that we look for is, we look for the size, we look for the shape of the stains, we also look for the appearance of the stains. We also look for the number of stains. We look for what's called distribution and location of stains. Because again, when I have some type of bloody event, if for example, if I were to have a water balloon in my hand here, and I were to impart some type of force, and let's say hit it with a bat, I'm going to generate some stains. So again, excuse me, we're looking to see what type of stains that we have and where are those stains located. So as I mentioned before, we can look at that rectangle as the transfer stain, so something bloody, the bottom of the shoe step there. But if we notice as we go towards this corner, I call this the door jamb, this is where the hinges are, we can see how the number of stains increases. Likewise, we can see they're circular or elliptical in nature. So essentially those are referred to as spatter stains, and what has happened is blood wants to remain together as a liquid unless we apply some force, and when we apply that force, we have the creation of these spatter stains. Now, the greater the force, the smaller the resulting stains, and granted there will be an overlap, but when we start to see small stains, we start to look at, or a collection of stains as we have here, that gives us an indication that some event occurred in this area. If you notice in this one here, I have an oval here. This one here happens to be an elliptical stain. It's an elongated elliptical stain, so what that's telling me is that blood. So here I have this circle. In fact, what you may think is blood, typical if I were to prick my finger, and a mass of blood will well up on the tip of my finger, and what will happen is ultimately gravity pulls it away. That's one of the mechanisms, and when it pulls away, classically, in an artist's rendition, you see that teardrop effect. Well, that's not what happens. Blood actually pulls itself together. It's called surface tension, and it wants to be a sphere or a ball. And that's how it falls through space, ultimately hitting the ground, and that's why we have these circles. But again, what we see here is the concentration increases. We actually see them radiating out. This isn't what I would refer to as an examination quality photograph. What I'm able to detect and circle here are some of the larger stains, but remember, the greater the force I apply, let's just take that water balloon analogy. If I were to hit that with just enough force to break that balloon or that covering, what's going to happen for the most part, that will run down my arm. I don't have much resulting. If I take that same balloon and I really wind up and hit that thing, the harder I hit that, the more the resulting stains and the smaller they're going to be. So what I'm saying is, if I were to increase the force to say something like a gunshot, or I call it an infernal machine, stick my hand into a fan, or if I start to cough, I start to get what they call this misappearance stain. They get really small. And a good example would be go to a dollar store or wherever, buy one of those spray bottles, put some water in it. No matter how hard you push it, it's only going to be this little mist. So again, what we do see is, at least from what I can see in the photo, I can see that there's a frequency of stains here telling me that something happened, some type of event. And it's not a dripping, because of what I see from the dripping, if you were to think about it, if I have this dripping from my knuckle, I would have this drip, 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 drip going across the garage, which we will see in some later photographs. But this photo here is telling me that something occurred in this area.
You're at a Massachusetts speed.
I know, that's okay, I'm sorry.
Tell us what we're looking at.
So we've moved further in. Here's the garage door, and there's that base bucket. Now we've moved further in. And again, from the photographs that I have that are available, I have this, I would call it mid-range, and it's taken at an angle. And I use, or do use Photoshop, and I'm able to zoom in on various areas, and I'm able to lighten them up. But through Photoshop, again, I'm able to decipher some drip stains here in this circle here in green. I've got this area circled in green here, and that happens to be a contact or a transfer. In other words, I can't discern it, or I can't tell that it's a footwear impression, but I do know that something wet with blood came in contact with this surface. Now, as we move across the floor, this appears to be a post-it note. Most post-it notes are approximately 3 inches by 3 inches, so I do have some indication of size. Now, if I move over to the right here, this appears to be some type of a roll of tape, roll of paper. And I wouldn't say tape, but certainly it's something in a roll, so we can see this here. And it's important to see where this is for the next couple of photos. And then likewise here, I can see what appears to be, again, another contact stain where something bloody has, come in contact with the floor.
How about the other two small?
Oh, I thought I described them, but these are 2 drip stains. So as I mentioned before, if I have, for example, an injury to my right knuckles, and I'm actively bleeding, then as I'm moving across an area, depending on the rate of flow, because drip stains, like anything else, or any type of blood flow, will depend on the rate of flow as well as the amount of time spent in an area. So what I'm getting at is if I stay in an area for a period of time, undetermined, because if I don't know the rate of flow, then I would expect to see the drip. Or as I move across the floor, I may have these drips as I progress across the floor.
So are these the same as what we were seeing up there?
No. Actually, again, one of the things I mentioned before, and what we look at the characteristics, I'm looking at the size of the stain, because drip stains pretty much are going to average diameter size once they hit the floor. And granted, there are several factors that do affect the drip stain, and I'll just mention this. For example, if I were to prick my finger right now, I'm going to create a drip of pretty much a certain size. Unlike if I were to have blood running down my elbow, where I have more surface area, that droplet or drip could be, or would be slightly larger because there's more surface area. But again, those appear to be a general drip type stain there, those two. Now, if we look here, could you just go back to the previous one, please? Just for orientation. So here we're in this area here, and we talked about this. Now, if we look at this area, this is in front of the desk. This happens to be the desk chair. So you can orientate. Here we have, that's the circle here on the left-hand side of the photo, drip stain. Here we have a drip stain here. So drip, gravity is pulling that away. That's that example I gave you, gravity. As you amass that volume of blood, gravity pulls it away. This stain here, this happens to be a blood stain on the actual, I call that one of the legs of the desk chair. How that happened, because you say, well, if I'm dripping blood, how does that end up on the side of the chair? Well, one of the mechanisms that create blood stains is by motion. So in other words, if I have blood dripping down my hand, okay, and as opposed to doing this, or for example, you may have, we've taken showers in the morning here, as I go to reach for the towel, as that water is on my hand, as I reach for the towel, that stain is going to be cast off. And ultimately, what we see here is, if you think about motion, something simple as just moving the hand can create this motion stain here, that's what caused this blood stain to be on the side of the chair, as recorded in the notes from the investigation. Now, in this particular photograph here, I've actually identified some of the stains previously. This is that area I talked about, that contact or transfer stain. Very limited in the amount of blood there. This is that, let's start here as a reference. So this is that post-it note. Again, they're approximately 3 by 3. You can see here and here, there are a couple of spatter stains on the back of that, because that's actually face down. You can see the sticky side of the post-it note here, and here we have 2 spatter stains. In other words, they're circular or elliptical when we hit the surface. Likewise, here we have that tape or whatever that is. You can see it looks like a rough end here, and you can see this end folded over. But in the previous photograph, this was actually over here. And I can reference this by this chip of wood, and by this chip of wood here, this paper was, or paper, whatever this item is, was covering this area. Likewise, if we were able to zoom in, you can see there's a transfer stain, so this paper came in contact with wet blood. Likewise, right here, you can literally see this in the photograph. There's some blood on that surface. So, how did this, because now we see this stain here, this transfer stain, a contact stain, how did that happen? One of two things. Either there was blood on the opposite side of this, whatever this item is, that transfer here, or there was pre-existing stain here that this paper was previously covering. And when I looked at the metadata in digital photos nowadays, well, all digital photos, excuse me, every digital photo has what they call metadata, and that tells me everything about the photo. It tells me the date, the time to the second the photo was taken. So I can tell you that the original photo where this paper was covering this was 8 minutes prior to this photograph. So the paper has been moved because, again, what came first, the covering of the stain or the photo or the stain that we see here. And when I say 8 minutes, I didn't break it down to the actual second, but approximately 8 minutes. So now we're moving deeper into the garage. So we were back in this area here. Now we're starting to move further into the garage. There was a welder off in this area. Ultimately, there was a car up on a lift here. And if one were to walk along here, you would ultimately get to a set of toolboxes, those mechanic toolboxes, the long toolboxes. And what I've circled, and you can see in green, and in fact they were previously circled by investigators because they noted them and they were recorded in their reports, where we actually have these drip stains going into the garage. So again, looking at potential sources at this particular point, all that we have, or at least evidence of, is we have evidence of the tripping, or at least the bloodletting injury to Kali's right knuckle area. So in this photo here, we're back to the open area.
Can we have a question and answer, just for the record purposes?
Very good. So narrative is all right for a period of time, but counsel, perhaps you could guide him a little bit with the question.
What are we seeing here?
So, that's the door jamb. I call that that would be the door jamb, which is the casing is what's on the front, casing on the back, and the door jamb is that side area that the door shuts. So this is that area where we have the spatter here. We're just looking up an unknown distance, and I've put this rectangle around an area here, and I've circled this area here on the hinge side of the door.
Now what's this?
Now, this is from the previous photograph, that area that was encased in the rectangle, green rectangle. And what we have here is we have a swipe pattern. And as I mentioned before, one of the mechanisms is what we call transfer. A swipe pattern, just to clarify it, there are swipes and wipes. A swipe is when I, have a pre-existing stain. Swipe is when I have, say, blood on my hand and I come across the surface, and that's what we see here. We see the stain, and we see what's called feathering on the edge. So we actually have this contact of something bloody coming in contact, going from right to left, and it's going slightly downward. And then in this upper area here, we can see where the stain here was actually interrupted, or it was wiped in some area to disrupt this stain. And this is roughly a portion of it, 8 centimeters, that's roughly, say, 3.5 inches.
All right. So, tell us your interpretation of these particular. This is just, go ahead and tell us what you see.
Well, this area here is the area that I circled 2 frames prior on the door of the shop. And we can see an irregular blood stain here and an irregular stain here. It appears to be blood that is possibly mixed with some type of biological fluid. And we can see some directionality to it, actually going, it's going upward to the left. And we can see this area here of Again, it looks like some type of mixture, as well as in this area here, we can see some small area of blood right there.
So tell us your interpretation of those shot blood stains.
Well, when we go back, we look at everything, so now we have to go back and consider what we have on the floor of the garage, along with that swipe pattern going from right to left, along with this here. It's certainly consistent where we have the spatter on the floor where some type of event occurred in this area right here. Either in the doorway or just inside or just outside, just inside that doorway or just inside.
All right. Let's go ahead and look at the body itself. Tell us what we're seeing here.
So this is a photograph that I took off the body camera, and I was able to lighten it up in Photoshop. And this is prior to Kali being moved. You can see the first responder's hand here. It was standing erect. But what we're looking at is when I put two green arrows into the photo, we can see spatter being radiating out. Radiating out meaning that, in other words, it's coming out in this fan motion, so it's radiating out along the concrete floor. Not only that, but I've put the number 3 with an arrow and the number 4 with an arrow to indicate wounds 3 and 4 as recorded by the medical examiner and described by the medical examiner in that order.
All right. And how does this pattern coordinate with wound number 4?
Sure. So what happens is once we have multiple shots, we'll have blood, or we'll have, in this case, which is blood. When I have subsequent shots, in this particular case, we have 4 rounds that strike Kali. We'll get some of that blood due to the force of the bullet or the round hitting the victim, creating this spatter. And if you look at it, when I say radiating out, if you look at the tails point to where it's going. So if we look at the tails, they're pointing away, but if we bring them back, you can see how they come back this way, and they come back this way to the area of where that wound is, wound number 4. Not only that, what's important, the other thing that's very important, this is why this photograph is important here, is that she hasn't been moved, and flow plays a very important role. When you think about it, as soon as I incur some type of bloodletting injury, whether it be a bloody nose, whether it be a gunshot wound, immediately the blood begins to flow. Your circulatory system is pressurized, therefore blood's going to start to stream out depending on the severity. And what will happen is gravity pulls it down. In this case here, we see blood flowing downward. So essentially, what that tells me is at the time this shot was inflicted, it's consistent with the victim, Kali, being in this position when she receives this gunshot wound. There's no flow if she was standing up, running down her torso. Unlike these stains here, I talked about the cast off from her hand, there's nothing flowing down her body at all.
So wound number 4 was caused by a gunshot wound in that position, when she was in that position.
Not only that, but you have to consider what we look at is the bullet path it's called. Excuse me, the medical examiner conducting his autopsy establishes what's called the bullet path or the wound track. In this particular case here, it's going from, it would be from right, turn right, that's there, right to left, and slightly upward. So again, the wound track is consistent because we have to look at all of the evidence when we ultimately come up with a hypothesis or an opinion. Now this is another photograph that I was able to take off the body camera. In video, there are literally within 1 second, there are 30 pictures which you can obtain. This just happens to be one of them. And again, here we see wound number 4, okay, which is that wound I just talked about. We can see all of the spatter here. We can see the flow into this pool here. We can actually see spatter Now, we looked at the spatter along the garage floor. Well, if this arm, which is in this position and this spatter is created, one would anticipate, which we see, the spatter along the arm. Not only that, but depending on how the arm, and the arm is circular, if you notice here, the stains are circular, where that portion of the arm is directly facing that wound, and likewise in these areas here, it's skinning along, and that's why you see these elliptical stains.
So your conclusion is she was shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. And in this photo, another frame which was taken off the video, in this particular instance, we have wound 4 used as reference, and we can see the spatter along her arm, the inner side of her arm, but now we can see wound number 3. And when we look at 3, again, what we look for is flow down the body to tell us that at some particular point she may have been correct in some manner. But as we notice with number 4, everything is actually flowing off to the side. And then the other thing that we look at in the surrounding area, we're going to look at items that may have been around her as to what type of stains do we see on those items that would corroborate or support the opinion that she's on the ground for this shot as well.
Okay, so your conclusion on wound 3 is where was Kat?
Well, she's in a position where, again, let's consider the wound path. We have a wound path going from right to left and upwards. So again, in consideration of that and the spatter that we'll see in later photos, it's consistent with her being either on or very close to the ground. Likewise with 4, on or very close to the ground.
Now, did either the autopsy or these photographs indicate stippling?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, did you what?
Stippling?
Stippling?
Yes, S-T-I-P-L. And could you describe what that is?
Sure. So when a firearm is discharged, whether it be a long gun or a handgun, there's literally an explosion that goes on within the barrel. And what will happen is when the powder ignites, you have a primer. Depending on what type of ammunition you can have, the primer ignites, then you ignite the propellant. Well, as the bullet gets pushed out due to the pressure, so does some of that propellant come out. And what will happen is when in the event stippling is caused by, here I have the muzzle of the gun in front of my hand, here's where the bullet comes out. As that bullet comes out, it's followed by again, depending on the type of ammunition, the propellant as well as the primer residue, and that will travel for a certain distance, and then it's going to begin to fall off. So what that indicates is that the muzzle of the gun is within a distance close enough to be able to deposit the stippling on in this particular case, on Kali. And then distance-wise, you would have to have the same gun with the same ammunition to do the test firings, because, for example, wound number 1, the stippling pattern was approximately 4.5 inches, 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches. So again, when I didn't mention this, but as the residue comes out, it comes out in a conical fashion, so it comes out in a cone. So what will happen is the further the distance it travels, the larger that cone, and that's one of the aspects that's important to record. How big is that? Because it gives you an indication of how far that muzzle was from in this particular case, Kali's chest and Kali's head.
All right. Let's switch over now. This is part of the ribbon PowerPoint, and can you describe what they've done, what this represents?
So what ribbon has done here, they've taken the dimension from the scene, and they've basically created this 3D diagram looking from inside the shop outside towards the wood pile. Likewise, in the rendition on the right, what you're looking at is standing outside the garage, looking towards the area, the overhang is the roof of where Kali was found in this area here. And there was, or at least there was a red dot, and I can't see it here, that indicates where the around, when I say around, the bullet was located amongst the wood pile. That's all.
All right. Okay, and this one is different. If you could just describe it for the record.
Yes, so in this particular, again, it's the same two renditions, except in the rendition on the left, they've added Kali's body, her final resting position, to where she was found, or at least photographed. And then up here, here's that red dot. And the red dot indicates where the bullet, and again, the bullet path, the bullet travels in a pretty much a straight line for the distances that we deal with. What it's showing us here is that the shot, in this particular shot here, recovered in the woodpile, was one log deep. So it was ultimately found, say, 12 to 16 inches, and I don't know the length of a piece of firewood, but it was found one distance in. And what this is showing us is many times we use what are called ballistic rods. When we have the bullet path, if we have 2 points, we can put what's called a rod there, and they call it a ballistic rod. And basically what we're doing from this view is we're actually looking down the rod, and what that's telling us, and that was approximately 42 inches off the concrete surface, that this bullet had to have been fired along this path here. So a person could have been outside the door at that path, could have been inside or standing in the doorway, or inside the actual shop. And one last thing about this bullet here, this bullet that was recovered went to the lab, and there were no biologicals of blood on the bullet.
All right. Okay, do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what that is?
This is a diagram which was prepared by the medical examiner. Typically, as we have here, the medical examiner will actually plot, or he'll take this diagram, this generic diagram, and he'll plot the entrances, and if there are exits, both the entrance and the exits of the respective rooms.
All right, so let's work through that. Stephanie, I have to do, with court's permission, she can in as well. So I'm just going to have him talk about the path, where the rooms were, and we'll just walk through it without that.
Can I get up here?
And let me get a mic for him. I guess let's pull that over here. Okay. Who created the numbers on this diagram?
That was created by the medical examiner.
Okay, let's have him move around. Okay. Let's talk about entry number 1. Can you show where that was?
Yes, sir. So when we take a look at entry number 1, if you were to, excuse me. So entry number 1 here, if you notice, is in this area here. So it enters in the back, and essentially what happens, it goes from left to right. This is the synopsis per the medical examiner. Goes from left to right, goes slightly upward, goes through the strap muscle of the neck here, not the middle field, excuse me. It ends up here and was recovered by the coroner at the scene. So that's round 1.
Talk about the stippling in that particular one.
So this is the one you're on where I mentioned there was approximately 4 by 4, 4 inches by 4 inches. Again, as it comes out, it's conical. You don't know unless you touch
I'm sorry,
fire.
I'm
sorry.
I got approximately 4 by
4 inches, 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches. And again, so what we have is at some particular point, that muzzle or where that bullet comes out, not only did the bullet, but the gunshot residue ends up here around that entrance.
Now, I know you can't do a precise amount. We're not asking for precise measurements here because that kind of testing is not available. In the industry, there's common measurements that are used in teaching and training and generally accepted. What are those?
Well, again, you can talk about contact, where basically the residue was falling into so we really don't see any stippling at all, because the gases go right in. Then you have what's called loose contact, where you can see some stippling around the edge, and then they'll move out to intermediate. And again, that is dependent on the firearm. You'll see in the text, they'll say 4 feet in the end. I've seen some texts that say 4.5. But again, that is totally dependent on the firearm, the actual ammunition, and having to do actual test fires.
Right, but now the stippling itself in wound number 1 was tighter in its
As described by the medical examiner, that was the tightest or the most concentrated, yes, sir.
And so as it is closer, it has a tighter concentration as it's further away.
Keeps opening up that cone.
And there's a point there won't be any stippling at all.
Yes.
And generally that's 3 or 4 feet, correct?
No, I would say 4 or more, that's generally accepted.
4 or more, you're not going to have stippling.
Again, depending on the firearm.
You've said that 3 times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, depending on the
We're
firearm.
talking over each other.
All right,
And I'm also having to listen because he's not very well liked, so we need to slow.
very well. Let's get that bit closer to you. These are, I think, your directions. So I'm going to point at you. All right. And we have to work with averages all the time. General averages that are accepted.
Right, and sometimes there are exceptions to the rules. Oh, yes.
Sure. With this particular kind of gun, and you've seen it.
Yes.
No reason to believe it's some kind of exception.
No.
All right, very good. And the rest of the wounds, so 2 through 4, did they have stippling?
Oh, yes, sir.
So all 4 wounds showed stippling?
2, yes, sir.
But number 1 showed a higher concentration?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would that indicate that it was closer than the other 3?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then wound number 2, can you point where that?
So if we look at the mid back here, right, it's called the midline here, excuse me. As we look at the midline here, as with wound 1, entrance is back to front, slightly, this would be left to right and upwards.
And where did that bullet?
This bullet actually traverses through the cervical vertebrae, hits 5, 6, and ends up on, if we take a look here, wound 2, ends up embedding under the clavicle here, right clavicle. So what we have here, and again, remember bullets are going to fire in a path. We have something like this, or if I may, we have something like this to create that, because it ends up under that right clavicle.
All right. Are those 2 pathways similar?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if we took her out of the pathway of the 3rd bullet, where would that have ended up? Bullet number 3, not wound number 3. Bullet number 3.
You're talking about 3 on the diagram here?
Nope. We're talking about the 3rd shot. Where would that go?
Oh, the wood pile. So we have the wood pile with no biological. So at some point, either Kali is here or moved, but there's no biologicals on the bullet to account for that bullet which is found in the wood pile.
And then wound number 3 and wound number 4.
Not to confuse, wound number 3, as noted by the medical examiner, is here. So we're looking here in contrast to this one, which is these 2, which are going from left to right. These 2 are going from left to right. This is going right to left, and this is coming through. And if you notice, this is called a perforating wound, and that it enters and it exits. And if I may, it's coming out in this area here. And we can see it on the diagram.
And that one is consistent with the shot on the floor.
Again, if we look at the bullet path with the floor, with the spatter, not only that, but we look at the spatter on the containers which were behind Kali, which also have that small spatter, which are consistent with that blood as it gets projected or gets forced out of the wound cavity.
Thanks, Steve. And wound 3 and 4 have similar paths.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this would be the comparison with the pictures with the diagram.
Pictures of the diagram?
Pictures with the diagram. So wound 1, wound 2, wound 3, wound 4.
Yes, sir.
Right? side would be consistent with the pathway ending with the first shot.
One, which was removed by the opponent, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear that.
That's,
He needs his microphone.
oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Okay.
And this, on the other side, would be consistent with the pathway ending where it's shot, and then you kind of interrupted and answered.
Or wound number one, right?
Wound number one appears to be an exit, but it's actually where the coroner removed, that was the final resting place of the bullet, which was recovered. Wound 3 is a perforating where the
Let's
bullet.
not move on. Okay. Wound number 2, I don't see an exit here.
No, sir.
And so where did that open?
That was the one that was recovered from Kelly, under the, below the right clavicle.
All right. And then wound 3,
Yes, sir.
the exit towards the front here.
That's the exit, yes, sir.
And we know where that bullet went?
No.
And then wound number 4. Now there's just something distinctive about this wound. You describe that before?
That's referred to as a short wound. In other words, if I have the tissue or the skin up against the surface, the surface actually acts to, how should I say, lessen the exit of the round itself. So it's called, referred to as a short wound due to the fact that, in this case, the tissue or her chest was up against something.
And in this case, that most likely was?
The concrete floor.
Okay. Switch now over to the top. All right, besides the shot, did you see blood anywhere else on that you've seen? On the gravel or was there reported blood in the, there was blood on the sweatshirt anywhere else?
Well, other than the sweatshirt in that gravel area, there was none reported, although again, you had to look at the weather conditions, but none was located or reported. If you go to that area of the wood pile, there was certainly additional spatter on the side of the garage. So if this is, excuse me, the shop, so if this is the door going in, there was associated spatter running up the wall. Likewise, there was a transfer stain on the top of that. They call it an egg grill or an egg cooker, not an egg cooker, but the particular brand, transfer stain, something bloody came along the door, came along the top of that. Likewise, in the garage, there was some additional drip stains, and there were drip stains reported, I believe, all the way over to those red toolboxes in the front of the vehicles that were up on the lift.
Most likely scenario is that there was a struggle of some kind.
Yes, sir.
And most likely scenario was the shooter was inside the shop within a few feet, firing into her back as she was going through the doorway. Correct?
Yes, sir. On her, which would be on her left side, because she was either in the doorway or right in that proximity. I mean, you can't set an exact location. Shooter on to her would be to her left, and that's why we have a bullet path going this way. And then ultimately, when we have her in this fashion, entrance from the right side.
And that would have been a slight pause to reposition the shooter, correct?
Well, unless I'm following in this particular case, Kali out to her location.
And then the final two shots.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, can you tell what we're looking at here in this particular part?
Well, not only what we're looking at, but what we're not looking at. What's important is not only the presence of blood, but the absence of blood. One of the questions that would come up is whether, and this is where we find Zeke and sister, and when I say sister, the dog. Here we have the door going into the driver's side rear passenger. So one of the questions would be, was one, both killed outside or injured outside? We may have been injured and died inside, but we don't see any evidence of blood on the door. We don't see any evidence of blood on the actual opening. We don't see any evidence of blood at all. So if, granted, could they have been in some type of bad, we don't have evidence of it, but given what we have, it doesn't appear that they were injured or wounds inflicted outside, at least on the driver's side rear of the vehicle.
And this area right here on the back of the rear seat here, does that appear to be a void?
Well, there is some blood there when we look at additional photographs, but again, we don't see, given the injuries that we have, we don't see any indication that they were put into the vehicle again, from the driver's side with those types of injuries.
And could that be where an object was?
An object?
An object?
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes.
And could a sleeping bag have caused that void?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what we're looking at here.
So we're looking in from that, excuse me, what did I say? I clarified that was the driver's side rear for the previous photo. Likewise, this is the driver's side rear passenger door. And what we're looking at here is that seat cushion placed up. So that seat cushion that you would sit on, we can see a stain here, which appears to be a contact or a transfer stain, depending on the terminology. But we can also see sister here in this position. And again, we start to look for either the presence of blood or the absence of blood, but we can see that we have some blood. Concentration is getting heavier as we approach sister here in this position. Likewise, we can actually see, if you look at sister, this happens to be the right side or flank of sister, we can actually see blood, a blood stain. This would be a swipe, in other words, something bloody being drawn across, going this way across sister towards its hind or its rear area.
Is that consistent with Zeke?
Yes, sir.
All right. And these patterns here, could that indicate there was an object there?
That looks like more of a transfer stain of something touching it. They're linear transfer, so to me it looks more like not a sleeping bag or a large item, but it's more of something contacting that area, transferring blood.
And what would that be? In your opinion?
Could be any number of things, to include fingers. Thank you.
Okay. Tell us about this area back here. Why is that important?
Again, one of the things that we're looking for is not only the presence of blood that we have here, but again, the absence. And what we see is as we get closer to sister, certainly the amount of blood increases. You can see some saturation stains here. And saturation stain is when I have something that's porous, such as in this particular case, a carpet, where the blood actually soaks into the carpet. In this area, now we're looking into the back area. This is one of those floor liners, whatever brand this is. But again, what we have here is Zeke incurred that stab wound to the throat, and here we see we have a large pooling of blood. And again, not only do we look for blood, but where is it located? Because it may give us some indication as to whether or not the vehicle was moving at the time. From what we see here is everything's amassing or collecting as if this were the location of the events that occurred.
So, in your opinion, does this indicate that the death occurred after the vehicle had stopped? Or could it have been there was the death occurred and then he drove somewhere.
Well, that doesn't support driving, no. No, it doesn't support death occurring somewhere else, because I believe the vehicle was inoperable after it was where it was, where it was located. But it doesn't support that driving around with the two injured or the two wounds having been inflicted.
I believe that's just a close-up of that area you were talking
I'm
about.
sorry, can't hear you.
Just a close-up of that area.
Well, not only that, but what we do see is we see the position of Zeke, and what we try to establish.
The dog.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. This is sister, and what we're looking for here is, granted, we have photographs of the final position of sister, but we're looking for evidence to indicate maybe some additional locations. In this case here, I have one green arrow which will be referenced in later photographs, but we can see these long elliptical stains. So if I take a circle and I stretch it out, I have these elliptical stains, and if I have a direction associated with it, it will have a tail pointing to where it's going. And if we notice, we can see these elongated elliptical stains along that car mat. So that's telling me that some type of event went on here to have created these stains. Not only that, but what we have here, and we have to consider that, as time goes on, and in this case, both sister and Zeke are bleeding, any of the patterns, the underlying patterns that may have been created, may be masked over or covered by ultimately the flow as the pool begins to enlarge, covering up what was previously there. So this is one of two areas.
Looking from the other angle now.
I can't hear you.
We're looking from the other angle now.
So now, as we did before on the driver's rear passenger side, one of the photos taken by investigators looking for either the presence or the lack of blood to support where both Zeke and sister killed somewhere else and placed into the vehicle. Again, we don't see any spatter on the door. We don't see any blood flow here on the door jamb, term I use, nor do we see any blood here, nor if his neck were cut here in this area, we don't see any blood here, at least a mass, because we'd have a large quantity as Zeke would bleed out. We really don't see any here, nothing flowing beyond the seat. So again, that's post-event activity, as I would refer to it.
What's over this item?
So another photo taken by investigators, and what we're looking at here, this is the rear passenger side door. Here are the hinges. This happens to be the serrated knife located as it was found. We can also see here this drip trail. If you notice the smaller drip stains, we can see this little drip trail heading over here towards where the knife is at. And on the knife blade itself, we can see some evidence of dog hair and blood on the knife blade. Likewise, evidence of snow here on the flooring, likewise on the mat.
And did you find in reviewing the wounds and the autopsy photos consistency between that instrument and the wounds?
Yes, sir.
And how?
In the autopsy photographs, the autopsy, the wounds are cleaned up. There are clear serrated marks. When you have a serrated knife, I've had it not only on skin, but on the sternum, when a serrated knife is used, as in this instance, it was actually not only with the cut, but as the knife is being drawn across the neck, the high points or those peaks of those serrations actually created striations on the neck itself in a couple of different areas. Not only that, but the tip of the knife, if we look at the tip of the knife, it comes to a point when I looked at the photographs of the autopsy, as well as reviewed the autopsy report, in the area right here by the clavicle, is it each of the right here, where that meets the clavicle here, there were 5 punctate wounds, basically 1/8 by a quarter in depth. It was estimated by the medical examiner as to 1/8 to a quarter of an inch. And what that relates to would be something shot with the point of this knife being stuck in or inflicted into those areas. And again, there's approximately within that 1.25 by 1 inch area.
So these are using the tip of the knife to inflict shallow cuts into the neck.
Yes, sir.
But those were not directly associated with.
This is serrations, no, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about the actual wound, the bigger one?
So in this instance, with Zeke, excuse me, what we have is, we have multiple, the first one, as I said before, there was a associated serrated with a laceration to the neck. Then we have multiple lacerations here, and basically they extend from the cervical here. This is the cervical spine. They extend from one side to the other. They actually transect, meaning cut, the bilateral carotids, the jugular, the esophagus, the epiglottis, and actually it was deep enough where it actually created damage to the cervical vertebrae as well.
So, if I'm understanding, the only thing that was left was the cervical vertebrae that was not cut into.
It was cut into, but it wasn't cut through. So there was damage to it. There are linear cuts to the cervical vertebrae according to the autopsy report.
And more than one slice of it.
I believe that in the report, I can look at it, I believe it said multiple.
All right. And here, I believe, is the photograph where Zeke has been removed now. And does that blood pattern indicate something to you?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned before, the absence of blood is just as important as the presence of blood. And again, as we consider the wound incurred by Zeke, a 10-month-old, plus or minus a little over a half liter of blood there, they were able to lose. But what we see here is on this seat, we don't see a large concentration of blood at all. If anything, we can see that continuation of that swipe mark. And that actually corresponds, if we went back and look at Zeke's sleeper, he had the grave sleeper on, he was actually positioned more to his right, but on his left shoulder, and also in photographs of his sleeper, the back was saturated with blood, and that he was in a different, first of all, he was in a different position, so he wasn't here when his neck was cut, nor was he here, because again, I don't see that large volume of blood, which we would have had if in fact he was cut at this area. Plus, this motion across supports the fact that he was cut in a different location and then slid across this area here until he ends up on that area of the seat cushion.
Is there anything forensically you can determine why Zeke was moved?
Forensically? No, sir.
If something was under him, could that have been removed when Zeke was moved?
Well, absolutely, or to facilitate the actions that are going on at the time, possibly, yes, sir.
Now, you had a chance to look at pictures of the sleeping bag.
Yes, sir.
And that was identified as the sleeping bag that the defendant was found in and was discovered in the cash house.
Yes, sir.
And was there blood stains on that?
Yes, and reviewing the photographs, there was a considerable amount of blood on the outside of the sleeping bag, and there was evidence of some blood stains within the sleeping bag. But again, the majority, and again, you have to be very careful with fabrics. I can actually attest to the fact that they can be deceiving. What appears to be on the outside could have migrated from the inside, and likewise, but I only saw photographs of the actual sleeping bag itself, excuse me. But the large majority of blood was on the exterior of the sleeping bag as opposed to the inside. Again, the inside may have been a transfer. So again, with that caution when it comes to any type of fabrics, whether it be synthetics, naturals, you have to be very careful.
And did you review pictures of the defendant when he was in the ambulance and descriptions of the wounds that he had when he was discovered.
Yes, sir.
Would any of those have created sufficient blood
Oh.
in your opinion?
Not on the outside of the bag, no, sir.
So that, in most likely event, was probably from Sister Nancy.
In contact and somehow, either one of them was on or in proximity where you get absorption, or if in this case, the sleeping bag would actually absorb some of that blood that may have been in or very close to it.
And then the sleeping bag was removed from that area.
Yes, sir.
On Zeke, did the autopsy reveal any other types of
He had some other contusions on his, in various locations on his body. I remember one on his head and maybe one on his arm. There was also on his, if I recall, I believe it was his right, this is called the femur area. There appeared to be a slight wound, I guess it was described by the medical examiner as more of an incised wound than a laceration on the thumb. I believe it was the right thumb area here on this aspect of the thumb.
And what would be the most likely scenario as far as tourism?
Could have been any number of things. It certainly would have to have been something that was shot with created. And again, it wasn't that big. I forget what the dimensions were. Maybe it was a quarter of an inch in size, so it wasn't very large at all.
How about the contusions?
The contusions could have been from any number of things. I mean, a contusion basically is a bruise. So any number of things. Maybe it could have even been bouncing around the vehicle prior to. It could have been, and again, it has to be prior to Zeke succumbing to his death, certainly, because you have to have the heart beating to create the contusions.
Unless the court has
I have no questions.
That's all we have.
Mr. Archibald?
Just so I understand, were all the blood stains in the shop such that as to that was Kali's blood or Jeremy's blood or someone else's blood?
To the best of my recollection, I don't believe any of the blood stains in the garage were tested.
So when you talk about a scuffle and Kali bleeding in the garage, if that blood hasn't been tested, how would you know that's Kali's blood?
I don't believe I settled it was Kali's blood. It appears to be blood drops, which are in this particular case the garage. And given the injuries, one associates them with the bloodletting event.
So, and that's what I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't remember any forensic testing of blood inside the garage either.
No, the only test I recall was to the bullet itself, to the, and the presumptive one was sweatshirt, right side of the sweatshirt.
So on the outside of the garage, we obviously have Kali, and that blood is obviously hers. But inside the garage, I thought you said it was Kali's blood on the inside of the garage. But maybe I
If I did, I was obviously mistaken. I thought it just said blood stains, drip stains.
Okay. So the blood that's inside the garage, we don't know if it even happened on that night. For example, if a mechanic pinches his finger and bleeds in the garage, it could have been from some other day.
That's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And then on the shots to Kali, wound 1 and 2, while she was still upright or falling to the ground. Is that fair to say?
Well, she's in a position such that, again, the bullet is going to travel in a straight path for the most part. So one would have to line up if we have one with it ending up here. Granted, could there be some slight deflection if it gets off a bone? It's possible, but for the most part, they're going to travel in a straight path.
Okay. And so when people are shot, I'm guessing they fall to the ground after the first shot.
Not necessarily. I've had a person shot with a deer slug in the right ventricle run a block and a half, so it's dependent.
And do you know which of these shots was fatal?
I don't believe it. I don't believe, according to the report, any of the shots were qualified as fatal.
So the first wound could have been fatal.
If that's what the medical examiner would attest to, I would say yes.
And then, so if she's falling to the ground after the first shot, then was it a 5-shooter or a 6-shooter?
5 shots, sir.
Okay. And so one witness told us today, pop, 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 pop. Does that make sense to you? There's 5 pops, it's a 5-shooter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And so if you're thinking the first 2 shots, since she's falling to the ground, is that where you come up with shot number 3 was into the wood pile?
Not only based upon that, but the fact that there were no biologicals on the bullet. In other words, there was no blood, no tissue, because it's not uncommon when a bullet passes through someone that when you test it, you will find blood, and in some cases, they've come up with tissue on the actual bullet itself. So the lack of, and we know one of the rounds did not hit her, 4 did, then the most, again, the best explanation is that shot number shot into the wood pile would have been that bullet that missed her.
And so when you're looking at 5 shots, you don't know, or do you know, did the first one miss, or did the 3rd one miss, or did the 5th one miss? How do you determine that?
Again, if we're looking at the actual bullet path, and I were to turn myself for that, if we go back to the diagram, I'd have to be running out the door into the wood pile to do that, unless the shooter, and again, if she's in that doorway, we have the corresponding spatter on the floor, we have what we see on the door, so we know she's in that fashion. That spatter that rains down on that threshold just outside the door, as well as inside the door and onto that bucket, I forget what type of bucket that was, that certainly tells me that an event had occurred, most likely the gunshot, at least one of the gunshots, to have created that spatter that we see in that area. And given that, if we put her in that position, and let's say I'm going out the door, the shooter, and again, we look at this from all angles, the shooter would have to be on this side of me, and that does put the person there. Likewise, when we get to that 3rd shot, the shooter, now if she's going out the door, if we could look at, when I say 3rd shot in reference to the one in the wood pile, that one is pretty much straight on. If one would be in the doorway or inside the doorway, but we have that path into the wood itself.
All right, thanks for those clarifications.
And counsel asked about the bloodstains in the shop. In your review of the pictures of the defendant, these 2 days later, was there anything that could have been the source of those blood drops that you observed?
From the defendant?
Yeah.
In the photos that I looked at, no, sir, it had some abrasions on the inner arm, both arms, I believe. There was an abrasion to the right knee, I believe, as well, but nothing significant that potentially, again, I don't know how it was dressed, but certainly these type of abrasions here and on the other arm wouldn't lend itself to the dripping throughout the garage, no, sir.
any indication to you that those blood stains that you observed in the garage were different in time?
It's difficult, if not impossible, to tell when the blood stains may have occurred. Some people go by color, that's not reliable, but one of the other things that may happen, depending on the substrate that it's on, when I say substrate, the surface, sometimes as blood dries, it will do, it's called delamination, where the blood peels up off the surface itself. But I mean, the blood at least appeared to be, when you look at given, that means given, when you look at the entirety of the scene, consistent with having occurred on or about the time of the events.
That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You can step down. Will the state be calling any additional witnesses?
Your Honor, we don't have any additional witnesses, but we have a number of exhibits we will admit, or well, I guess they're already in. We will point out certain things to Your Honor from voluminous lab reports that are in evidence.
Okay. I'll invite you to do that at this time, or are you preferring to do that in closing recommendations?
We'd like to point out a few things now.
Your Honor, just, it won't take long. Exhibit 19 is the toxicology report on Jeremy, just page 1, specifically the positive for THC, various forms of THC, and that there's no evidence of mushroom or lithium in his toxicology. Turning to State's Exhibit 21, the state would ask the court to look at pages 1 and 2 in particular. That's the toxicology report on Zeke, which discusses the high levels of acetone found in Zeke. That couples with the expert report by Mr. Graft in Exhibit 22 as well, where they discuss the high level of acetone. Those levels of acetone are consistent with either a form of diabetes or forms of dehydration and starvation, meaning acetone does not occur naturally to those levels in the body, and they can be levels of a period of time unknown of a person going without food or without water. Turning to Exhibit 25, it shows an initial analysis of various biological evidence recovered from Kali, which shows the presence of DNA. Turning to Exhibit 26, pages 2.
Can you restate the
Sure, I apologize, I was going pretty fast. Exhibit 25, on page 1, we would draw the court's attention to the presence of male DNA in various samples recovered from Kali. Exhibit 26, a finding by the ISP lab firearms section on page 2, that the bullets recovered from Kali and as well as the various other cartridges match the gun recovered from the home. And then Exhibit 27, which is the ISB lab DNA report. Turning to page 2, DNA analysis recovered from Kali's fingernails was a combination of Zeke and Jeremy's DNA under her fingernails. Page 2 as well, various other samples recovered from Kali's body reflect the presence of Jeremy Best's DNA. The page 2 as well, Jeremy and a combination of Zeke's DNA was recovered in the blood samples swab from the driver's side door. Page 5, an analysis of the interior of the sleeping bag that Jeremy was found in revealed the presence of Zeke's DNA. page 5 and 6, an analysis of the string in the bottom corner of the sleeping bag revealed the presence of Jeremy's DNA. Page 5, recovered the kitchen knife recovered in the back of the Tahoe had in one area a combination of Jeremy and Zeke's DNA on or near the handle or the hilt, as well as Zeke's DNA on the blade. That on page 6, Jeremy's DNA was recovered from a cutting taken on from Zeke's diaper. And then turning towards the, specifically towards the blood swabs that were tested from the interior of the shop. Those findings are on page 4. Kali's blood was found on the floor near the welder, and Kali's blood was found on the floor in the shop. I think that's, we just wanted to drop and give you the page numbers we were asking you to look at.
Your Honor, that concludes our presentation of evidence today.
All right, well, thank you. Let me share with you what our intentions are tomorrow. We will begin at 9 a.m. and we will begin with the defense's opening statements. And then we will go through the evidence that the defense anticipates producing for the court. Following that, the court will take the victim impact statements. The court will then take a break, and I previously ordered that the media would not broadcast the evidence portion. Following the break, the court would, at that time, permit the broadcasting of counsel's sentencing recommendations and then the court's pronouncement of the sentence. And I would invite you, the media, and that would apply to those that are present here today for that permission. And I would invite those to visit with the trial court administrator, who is still here, is she in the corner there, about the location of setup for that. So, and I've also asked that the courtroom be locked if counsel wants to leave any of your belongings for tonight through tomorrow if you wish. Otherwise, just know that the courtroom will be locked and secured. We will be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow, and again, we'll invite the marshals to please take us to rest.
Clerk, and then just take out.
Have a great deal. But they won't be using that. They're yeah, you too. And then back again. And then back again.